Hello.
Hi.
How we doing?
Are we rocking and rolling?
I had a pretty good day today. I did errands, I did chores.
I accidentally got drunk at the holiday party at my job.
When you specifically said that you were not going to do such a thing.
When I specifically said I was not going to do such a thing, and then I was like, I'll just have like one. And then I found that the bartender pours the drinks very generously because he thinks it's funny when the people there get drunk.
Fascinating. I mean, love that for him, but also...
Yeah. And I had to wait an hour in the parking lot, just mad, like, I can't drive home yet.
I could have, like, picked you up or something. You could have, like, texted me.
I know I could have. I don't know why I decided. I thought, like, no, but then it'll be a pain to get my car tomorrow.
Whatever.
You have to realize that when I'm drunk, my logic is not the best.
That's fair.
So I was just in the parking lot drawing until my hands were too cold to keep drawing. It was like, okay,
Yeah.
I think I'm good now.
This is a time that sucks to be sitting in your car for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I had to put air in my tires recently, because I always have to put air in my tires. And it wasn't my favorite, because my portable air compressor takes a long time. And there's like no fucking gas stations around here with free air. Which is crazy, it's air. But it is what it is.
We're having Moscow Mules.
We are having
beautiful
Moscow
evening.
Mules.
For all you Paranormosite fans who may be in chat.
Yeah, I did specifically get the stuff to make Moscow Mules because of Paranormosite, so...
We should stream that game again.
We really should. Sage keeps saying he's gonna stream it whenever he like gets around to getting that stuff set up, which I think will be fun. And I think Astro's starting it this weekend,
Ooh.
actually.
I'm glad that Sharon's gone into Paranormosite so she can start I can't say the word right now.
Evangelizing
it.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm glad.
she saw her getting into it, I was like, yes!
already the Yoko Fukunaga icon has come for her. Which is just, I mean, that's how it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm really glad when people finish Paranormosite and they still like it.
Mm-hmm. I love Paranormosite. Its ending is a bit rough.
Yeah, they definitely ran out of like time and money to do what they clearly wanted to do, and that's a shame.
They ran out, instead of compromising all of the earlier like plot points, they just ended it really abruptly and explained everything they didn't have the time to show in like in-game notes, basically.
Yeah. Which is unfortunate, but it's such a good game up to that point that I'm kind of glad that their approach was to make the whole game good except for the ending, because somehow I find that so much more forgivable.
Oh yeah, like I respect that so
Yeah.
much. Like they didn't want to compromise all of their good writing to accommodate a half-finished ending.
Yeah, and so they were just like, well, the experience of playing the game is the thing that's more important to us. And I mean, that's where a lot of like the real like emotional beats and stuff like that are. And so I think like the parts of the game that really need to hit do hit. And I appreciate that they kind of understood that and that was their vision. Because yeah, it's been really fun seeing like specifically people that I know starting to get into it. Because I'm like, I don't want it to get huge. I never want anything I like to get huge. Nothing I like should have more than 12 fans.
But Paranormosite does deserve 12 fans.
But Paranormosite should have 12 fans. No more, but 12.
Absolutely no more than 12, but 12.
This is really fun. It's good. The only reason it should have more fans is so that there's more playthroughs for me to watch.
You should have enough fans for Square Enix to localize the manga that's coming out for it.
That's true. I'm sure some insane dedicated VN head will...
But do we have an insane dedicated VN head to translate it?
I feel like we must.
I hope so.
But yeah, I really want to play Paranormosite again.
Yeah. It rules.
Yeah. But it has been fun watching it consume Sharon. And
I love
It'll be
Mio.
fun.
I love Yoko.
Yeah, Yako. Well, Yoko as well.
Yeah, Yoko. I hate how there's both Yoko
There's a
and
Yako
Yako.
and a Yoko, yeah.
I always fuck up Yako's name. Her last name is Sakazaki, which I remember very clearly because it's a weird ass last name.
Yeah. Yeah. It has a sort of threatening vibe to it, right?
I believe so. Like I remember, like from what I know I played Higurashi, and Higurashi
No.
they get really into the last name, Mion's last name, Sonozaki, and so I knew from Higurashi that Sonozaki is a weird last name. So when I heard Sakazaki, I was like, something's up here.
She's normal.
Yeah. And then there's
Just like how Mion is definitely normal.
It's just like I love it how many characters in Paranormal Sight have she in their name.
Yeah. I also like Mio Kurosuzu means I know the Kuro is black. I don't remember what Suzu means. But I know, like, because someone even says that she has a kind of ominous name, I think. But yeah, play Paranormal Sight.
Play Paranormal Sight. It rules.
It's fun. I like it. It's a good time.
It's a little the gameplay can get a little bit hard to decipher at times, but it's really good if you push through it.
Yeah. I definitely got like stuck in a couple places, and it can be a little opaque, but like it's really good, and it's also like it would make like a really good like first like an entry level into like the kind of like weird meta horror.
Yeah, baby's first meta horror visual novel.
as like a kind of like like Zero Escape is already kind of like introductory, I would say, but like if you went like Paranormal Sight, Zero Escape, and then you kind of started on the hard shit, so to speak, I think that would like really set you up for success, because like Paranormal Sight does some stuff that Zero Escape also does, but Paranormal Sight explains it a little bit better, I think, than 999 does, and so it's like it can kind of get you there. But yeah, you want to play a game?
Sure. I've never played a game before in my life.
Well, good news. We can start today.
Oh my god. This is so amazing.
We have the technology.
We have the technology.
It's incredible. Where did we leave off even?
Great question.
I
have no idea.
Started the headship test?
Yeah, I believe so. We've had headship. I don't think you want to go from start, because
You have to go start load. That's why I keep fucking it up, because you can't load from the main screen. You have to go into start. And then I'm like, oh, we were on episode 4.
Hi, Beatrice.
Like an idiot. Hi, Beatrice. How you doing?
My good friend Beatrice.
Beatrice, my friend Beatrice. Yeah. That's gonna be it.
I love opening doors. That's the sound
This is
that
just like Resident Evil.
That's the sound that my door makes every time. The door to my bedroom makes every time I open and close it. Literally.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I have to go into the basement at my work to file away like closed files, and it is the most fucking Resident Evil ass basement I've ever encountered in my whole life. It's terrifying.
You need to take a
awful.
photo one of these days and send it to me.
There's like just a few light bulbs. It's so fucking dark. The ground is uneven.
Oh my god, that's wretched.
It's all dark concrete. Just like, this is the scariest place I've ever been in my life.
Horrible.
It's scarier than the basement at the one building at our college.
That's tough to do.
Like that.
We had a very haunted basement in our college.
Yeah.
A 400-year-old basement does have an inherent scariness to it. I would be inclined to agree with that.
I would agree with that.
In a high school, no less.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, this was when Kinzo just finished talking to the bunnies, and he was like, "What would you say?" And then they all answered in a way that he found unsatisfying.
And he told them to fuck off, and
Yeah.
they were all crying.
Yeah, and then to nobody in particular, he was like, "What was my answer to the question?
You should guess. You should know by now.
You should know by now what I would do." Because the question was, would you give up the person you love most,
like,
yourself, or everyone here?
It's like
i.e. the whole family.
give one to obtain two.
Yeah. You know those memes where it's like a triangle and it's like you can only have two? You can only choose two?
You have to get rid of one. You have to get rid of one forever to have the rest of them. And it's always like rice, potatoes, bread, and what's the last one?
Pasta, probably?
Pasta, yeah.
Of those things, at least.
Which is scandalous.
Yeah. Why
but that was a Splatfest also, right?
Yes, yeah. It was also a Splatfest. Rice, bread, pasta, I think.
Yeah, and we went Team Rice because white ink, and I wanted white ink.
Yeah. Well then, have you nearly decided on your answer? As Jessica stared at the letter that had been crushed and lay on the floor, she hung her head in constant silence. All that filled the room was the stir from wind and rain shaking the treetops. Regardless of how noisy that was, it actually made the stillness more apparent. Runaway waited for Jessica's answer. However, Jessica didn't answer. Whether she was lost in deep thought or had stopped thinking, Runaway couldn't tell. No, he might actually have known. But cruelly, like a demon. In a manner not unlike a demon. The demon Runaway urged Jessica to voice it.
It was almost like this demon was acting like a demon in some way.
It was almost as if he were some sort of demon. Umineko loves to start a sentence with "it was almost as if."
And describing exactly what it is.
Yeah, sometimes. I definitely had some moments when I was still theorizing about shit where they were like, "it was almost as if," and I'm like, "Yeah, it was almost as if, wasn't it?" It sure was. If you cannot choose any, I can at least bring you peace without pain, but...
Me.
Yes, I had trouble hearing. Could you say it again, please? Jessica lifted her face and looked straight into Runaway's eyes. It seemed that she had decided on her answer.
Kill me.
Jessica said it one more time.
That's a new
clearly.
Jessica sprite, I think.
Is it new?
I do believe it's new.
There are some new sprites for the headship test, so I'd be prepared to believe that. Perhaps Runaway had imagined that this would be her answer from the very beginning. Without any surprise, he smiled lightly and nodded. I thought you would choose that answer, Jessica-sama. Well then, there is no right or wrong answer to this test. The essential part is what thoughts led you to that answer. Come now, please, answer with a fitting attitude for the successor.
It's not like I chose the first one because I want to die. The second one was letting Ken-kun die. Of course, that was out of the question. So I excluded it. The third one was everyone else's lives. Of course, that was also out of the question. So I excluded it. After that, only the first choice remained.
Process of elimination, is it? So it was not something you chose proactively. After chuckling slightly, Runaway dropped his gaze. A human couldn't even imagine what answer a demon would have been expecting. All she could understand was that this was apparently slightly below Runaway's expectations. That answer is neither bad nor good. 60%, I believe you could call it. I'm a little disappointed.
You're a pretty selfish bastard telling me to answer with self-confidence and then being disappointed when I do.
Apparently there was more to it than process of elimination. It's a failing grade either way, but there seems to be a little more to your thoughts. Allow me to ask.
People don't want to die.
Many are saying this.
So no one would want to choose the first option. People want to live in happiness and struggle as much as life will let them. So normally the first choice should be impossible from the beginning.
However, you took that first choice. You chose to throw away your own life. Only that choice remained for you.
I tried thinking of the future that would come after choosing each one.
Oh, and what did you see?
First, I tried letting Ken-kun die. I try to imagine the rest of my life after having abandoned the one I love.
What kind of life was it?
I was a horrible woman who didn't deserve to live. A shabby woman who always lamented her own decision and lived only to regret. I could never forgive a horrible woman who'd choose to live and abandon the person she loved. I put an end to her myself.
How brave. So, did you also consider the third option?
Yeah. I tried letting everyone but me and Kanan-kun die. There's no way Kanan-kun would like me if I did that. So again, even with Kanan-kun, I was forced to bear the cross of abandoning so many people. And even Kanan-kun was forced to bear it. I'm not going to make a foolish choice that leaves Kanan-kun bearing that cross. I wouldn't be able to forgive a future me who did something like that. I put an end to that woman myself, too.
Jessica had pictured it in her mind. The future her beyond each of the three choices. There were 3 Jessicas. Of the 3, 2 had regrets. Only one could hold her head high and smile at Kanan.
Hold her head smile and
Hold her
high
head
and
smile.
high at Kanan-kun.
Yeah, I guess.
You know, I once had the nerve to preach something to Kanan-kun. Something about trying to live life to the fullest.
Live your life to the fullest. Meaningful words. And a surprisingly difficult thing to do.
So yeah, I've got to stand proud and show Kanan-kun. Show him how to live by holding your head high and looking straight at the sun with a full smile.
What if I blow up? What if I die?
What if I exploded into a million pieces?
True. Will Kanan be able to accept your self-sacrifice? Haven't you thought that your selfish decision might hurt him more than is necessary?
And that's why I want to leave a message.
Oh, I will listen, but I am after all a demon. I may not keep my promises, you see?
Keep it! Your promise!
Jessica spoke that looking quite unconcerned. She had asked the demon who was about to take her life to pass on a message, and she didn't think at all that she would be betrayed. Watch out, Jessica, you're a woman.
Well, she's about to be killed anyway.
That's true. That's actually how he's gonna do it.
Yeah.
At that extremely innocent smile, Ronaway closed his eyes lightly and shrugged his shoulders. I see nothing wrong with that. So, what shall I tell him?
Tell Kanan-kun to live his life to the fullest. No, that's not quite it. Not Kanan-kun. He still hasn't told me his real name yet. Tell the real Kanan-kun to live his life to the fullest. I'm gonna explode. Tell him that. Lady.
Jessica, you really are.
Runaway is fickle, so he might not have passed the message on. You certainly are fortunate to have me here showing you this scene.
A musty 3-sided mirror was set beyond the bars, and the scene with Jessica was reflected on it. On the next mirror, the scene with George was reflected in the same way. None of them questioned how a 3-sided mirror had appeared from a group of butterflies, nor did they wonder why these scenes with Jessica and George were reflected on it. What was on the third one? A 3-sided mirror is a terrible thing. There's 4 cousins.
Yeah. The rest of it is just the Battler and Maria hanging out in the guest room.
It's just a feed of them just chilling in the cousin room.
Yep.
Because the reflected scenes themselves were more important. Are you so prepared to throw your life away for his sake?
My apologies.
My bee.
My bee.
Kraus looked at Kanan with a complicated expression mixed in with a bitter smile. Subway Surfer playing on the other mirror. That's what it is, yeah. Yeah, there's the one for Jessica, the one for George, and then Subway Surfer. The goats get distracted otherwise.
Yeah.
Kanan wouldn't meet his eyes.
Virgilia-sama, there is no reason for Milady to throw away her life. Please kill me. Please change it to the second choice. That way everything should resolve itself. I am not capable of granting that wish. After all, this is Jessica's own decision, which she chose herself.
At that time, suddenly, the air split and the Siester sisters appeared, flying into Virgilia's chest.
Virgilia-sama! So mean! Lord Goldsmith is so mean! Whoa!
I'm doing the best I can. Crushing me for animal fodder. That's just too much. Virgilia, who still didn't have a clue what was going on, was mobbed by the sobbing Siester sisters. 3 bunny girls just teleport in and are like, I'm imagining physically clinging to her.
Yeah, tackling her almost to the ground.
Glomped by 3 crying bunny girls.
There! Everything's all right. Don't cry.
I do like they have very different crying sprites. I think that's good. Like, I like that Zero Zero's holding it together, but not quite.
I'll make you some delicious tea. I'm leaving it up to you to guard you all to guard this place. If they do anything suspicious, inform me immediately.
The goat attendants all faced each other, nodding their heads. Virgilia took the Siester sisters and left. The sound of them going upstairs could be heard, so they had probably gone to an upper floor.
This is our chance. Looks like these goat heads are morons. I wonder if we can trick them.
Kirie realized that an opportunity had arrived, but even so, she hadn't thought of a way to break the metal bars. The Jessica reflected on the 3-sided mirror had her eyes closed, as though in contemplation. The way she had both hands stuck into her pockets, wanting to be defiant until the very end, might have been her own aesthetic stance.
And that's all I have to say.
Where are the pockets on her clothes?
Oh, you know. I'm guessing, and probably, maybe she got, her skirt has a lot of folds in it. Maybe she got secret pockets in there that you can't see very well because there's already a lot of folds in them.
Yeah. Some blazers have pockets, but they would be visible.
Kill me.
Understood. Well then, fear not, for I shall make your death more gentle and merciful than any sleep. As Runaway raised his palm, he slowly approached Jessica.
Damn it!
No, I think that's Kraus.
Oh, never mind. You take it.
Realizing that his daughter was about to be killed, Kraus went half mad and repeatedly body slammed the metal bars. The goats looked like they were sneering at how a mere human didn't stand a chance at breaking those bars. Kraus's pointless efforts certainly may have been comical, but Kraus was giving it everything he had. He was now living with all he had as Jessica's father, so that he could save her.
She's worth 1 billion yen.
10 billion.
10 billion yen.
Kanon made tight fists with both hands. If he used his cursed power, he might be able to cut through even metal bars. But there were a full 3 goats. There was no way he could defeat 3 of them in an instant.
You've been one before. You'll be fine.
3 is way more than 1.
Yeah, but like Shannon's also here. It'll be fine.
Yeah, but she doesn't have a sword. She just got shield attacks. They're not even attacks.
Yeah, just stand behind the shield and stab them through it. You'll be fine. You gotta learn the good strats, Canon. I tell you.
The bubble in Splatoon.
Yeah.
You can pass through it, but their attacks can't. It would instantly be reported, and then even Virgilia and the Siester sisters would probably dash in. Even if he could break the bars, that would be the end of it. It was useless. It was all useless. Kanon already knew that the witch sneered at useless efforts like that, so he could do nothing but stare at Kraus's repeated body slams.
George-sama!
Shannon, who had been looking at the 3-sided mirror, raised her voice. When they looked, they could see George, who had been silent the whole time, lift his face. It seemed that George had also decided on an answer.
Have you decided on your answer?
Hi, Nine! It is a good scene.
You came in at a good time.
Just at the right time. Yeah, I've decided.
Is it an unwavering answer?
Yeah, it's unwavering.
Then let me hear it. Oh, by the way, it seems Jessica decided to take your life option. Surely such an indecisive person as you isn't going to choose the same answer, right?
Jessica gave her own answer. No matter which choice that was, it was Jessica's answer. It doesn't influence my answer in any way.
I see. Then let me ask again. Among the three I mentioned below,
Is this the new George spray, come to think of it?
I think so, yeah. In order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, Shannon's life. 3, everyone else's lives. Which one will you choose? Could it be the first one like Jessica?
Wrong.
Oh?
Gob looked a little surprised, because she had thought this timid-looking man would obviously choose that option.
Very well then. I'm glad the most boring option for me has been removed. Then, as crazy as it sounds, could it be the second option? Can you abandon Shannon's life?
You must be joking. Why would I do that to the person I was going to give an engagement ring to tonight?
How bold. Is that your answer?
That's it. My answer is the third option. George took the third option. The dastardly key lime pie has turned more key lime than pie. And frankly, ever so dastardly.
Yeah, he is as dastardous as ever, my man.
Everyone else's lives. Unsurprisingly, Gop hadn't imagined that he'd give an answer like that. She had been sure that he'd choose the same one as Jessica. So she was interested in how he had reached that answer. How he had reached an answer that had surpassed the imagination of the 33rd ranked of the 72 demons.
I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me the circumstances that made it possible for you to sacrifice the lives of everyone else.
I'm not even sure if the rankings are accurate to, like... I don't know that the demons are actually ranked like that in Ars Goetia.
So that you and the fiancé you love would be safe.
I've tried looking a little bit into the demons that are in Umineko, because there's like a little bit of interesting stuff you can get out of that, but I haven't looked super far into it, and I have not been able to find evidence that they actually are ranked that way.
Read Ars Goetia at some point, just because every fantasy novel loves to talk about Ars Goetia.
Yeah, it seems like it would be worthwhile.
Mm-hmm.
Learn about more demons. Gop is definitely one that I would like to learn more about, because what I do know about her is very interesting. Well, I say her. I don't think she's a girl demon, actually.
She transitioned.
But, yeah, exactly. But Gop is kind of an interesting one, generally.
Tell me about it later. I want to know. Unless it doesn't have spoilers.
Kinda does.
Okay,
yeah.
I believe you, boss.
Yeah.
Did you use the process of elimination like Jessica?
Wrong. I clearly have no choice except this one.
So you don't care what happens as long as it's good for you? So you can sacrifice the world for the woman you love?
What are you even talking about?
What?
George faced the demon as he spoke, almost as though he was disgusted. Tonight, I planned on calling Shannon right here and giving her this ring as proof of our engagement. There probably are quite a few people who wouldn't celebrate an engagement between me and Shannon. I was prepared to make enemies of the entire family by announcing my engagement to her. I have been prepared. Since the time I came to this island. No, that's not it. Since the time I confessed that I wanted to engage her.
So, you can sacrifice everything else as long as you can get married?
Marriage means continuing to be your wife's ally for your whole life. At that point, I was prepared to have the entire world as my enemy for her sake. Honestly, George, growing up in this family, I am surprised that that is your takeaway on marriage.
Well, I mean, like, Hideyoshi and Eva?
That's true. His parents specifically.
Yeah, his parents specifically have a great marriage.
Yeah.
Like, Hideyoshi was even willing to give up his own last name for Ava.
That's true.
So that Ava could stay in the family that she was so dedicated to.
Yeah, that's true. I think my instinct was just basically every other marriage in this family.
Every other marriage in this family is fucked, except Ava and Hideyoshi do genuinely adore each other.
Yeah. Good for them. Good for them. Those words.
Ava and Hideyoshi were good role models in one way.
Yeah! He took exactly one good lesson away from his parents.
Yeah.
Those words, through the three-sided mirror, also reached Shannon's ears. And that determination reached her eyes. Shannon certainly had promise to be given. That's a weird sentence. I don't know if they meant been promised? Shannon certainly had promised to be given an engagement ring tonight.
Yeah, that's just a weird sentence structure.
That's true. Rudolph and Kyrie... I could write an essay.
I could write... We constantly have essays about... that we say to each other off stream about Rudolph and Kyrie.
Yeah.
There's so much to say about them.
Yeah, but I guess the difference is that, like, Kyrie is not put in a position where she needs to be defended especially often, at least within this family specifically. And so we don't see...
But she did
He does tell her to, like, butt out of things sometimes.
Kyrie
when she, like,
did
tries
also
to...
make an enemy of her entire fucking family for Rudolph.
True. That's true. So she would get it. She's watching George talk about this, and she's like, so true.
It's like, you know it, man.
You get it, my guy.
You get it, my man.
Then this incident had occurred, and then she hadn't been able to receive the ring. But now, even though it wasn't in the form of a ring, Shannon had received something even greater. I was thinking of Crows and Natsuki, I was also just thinking of Kinzo and his wife. Famously good marriage, that one. And as proof of that, a single tear with the same sparkle as a diamond dripped down. I guess we don't know a lot about their marriage, but, like...
Kinzo canonically... at this point, it's very, very much they say that he had a mistress, definitely.
Yeah. Famously the healthiest one.
What a courageous answer. I see. If I really think about it, this was an easy decision for you. After all, your parents were already killed on the first Twilight ride. By now, there's no one whose death would trouble you.
Maria's father was also not a great ally to Rosa. Not that I think they got married, but still.
I see. Truly an easy choice.
Say whatever you want. This determination and choice are mine, and mine is the successor. The sparkle in George's eyes was brilliantly sharp. For just an instant, Gop felt the same sense of threat as Kinzo's, and was slightly overwhelmed.
I see. Yes, the same decision as Goldsmith.
Wow, was anyone surprised?
Oh my god.
Was anyone surprised?
I never saw this coming.
I can't believe Kinzo would sacrifice his family for the sake of one he loves.
I can't believe it, my man. So, even with your innocent face, you will also become a terrible demon in the future. What do you know? We might get along pretty well. You will succeed Goldsmith. Eventually, I may even be summoned and serve you. That could be surprisingly interesting.
Gop had needed to change her opinion of George. This man bore a determination and resolve unimaginable from his outward appearance, and not just now, but since the very beginning. I am prepared to inherit the headship right away. No, that's not it. You told me to think as the head in this test, so I answered based on the premise that I am the head. No, even that's not it. I thought as the head himself. I am now the head of the Yoshinomiya family.
Listen, if you're a good wife guy, you will become insane and kill people. For the sake of your beautiful wife who you love.
I'm concerned that your girlfriend is in chat right now.
Well, I don't think I need to kill anyone for Jamie yet, but...
Yet.
The option does stand, my beautiful wife. Make use of this if needed.
Splendid to think that you'd be able to go so far.
Someone has a bad tokusatsu opinion online.
I just smite them immediately.
It seems you truly are one to be reckoned with. Battlers and Maria's tests remain, but I got a good feeling that you'll pass. But only if that is your true, unexaggerated answer, you see.
I mean, does he look like he's fucking around? Do you doubt my resolve?
Can you carry out the option you chose?
Oh, Adrian was just saying that any good wife guy should be prepared to kill for the sake of their beautiful wife. And I said I was feeling threatened due to the fact that you were in chat.
Use me wisely.
Can you, right now, with your own hands, offer all the lives that exist on this island as sacrifices?
Kind of an interesting potential parallel to some of the scenes with Anjay, where I don't know how intentional that actually is, but just the having to do it with your own hands. It won't be done for it. Furniture will not do it on your behalf.
You have to be... They will assist you, but you have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
By your own hand?
I can.
Oh, another... He's so many new expressions
He gets a bunch of new
today.
expressions in this scene, yeah. I've said I was prepared to do so several times. I like this one because it looks a little bit like they just kind of took the liquefy tool to him just a bit.
Yeah, just a little.
I don't know if that's true, but it looks like it is.
Then return to the guest house right away and kill Battler and Maria. When that's done, I'll bring you to the other hostages. Execute each of them except Shannon before her eyes.
Wind blew some dirt in his eyes, Sprite. Kinda, yeah.
One of the raindrops got in between his glasses.
Yeah, it got behind his lens.
You can do it,
I
right?
hate when that happens. I can.
And he's in bold.
My resolve is on a whole different level from yours. Chopping onions for the first time.
Then carry it out.
I've only chopped onions a few times in my life, but I'm susceptible to the thing that happens when you chop onions. It sucks.
Death for them all. Complete this bloodstained ceremony at the new Ashurmia family head.
I think I got an eyelash in there. One sec. This is a great moment. We're really undermining it.
Yeah.
Understood. I'll carry it out. I'm already the Oshiramiya family head. We've never undermined a great moment before.
Never in
course.
our lives.
It's
Yeah.
always a great sign when Happiness of Marionette starts playing also.
Yup.
Yes, that's right. Stain that throne red by your own hands. You will become the king of the spear world who controls the demons.
Martini Man George over here.
Martini Man George over here.
Gop was convinced. This man truly was fitting to succeed Kinzo's madness.
Blow wind, cry thunder. Celebrate the birth of the new Demon King. The Demon Island has now welcomed its new lord.
In response to the demon's call, a tempest raged more and more. Then a massive lightning bolt fell, its tearing thunder and brilliant light giving the sensation of a moment of silence.
She really does have a Higurashi ass hairstyle. Or
That's true.
Hair.
I feel like even the color is very Higurashi. Well, Higurashi had that thing going on where they had one of my favorite things about the art in Higurashi is that you can tell with the characters that were introduced a little bit later that Rikishi's art style had changed somewhat. You really see it in Chie-sensei, but you also see it in Mio Takano a little bit, because she has a completely different shade of blonde than... Satoko has, like, yellow blonde, and then they introduce Mio Takano, and she just has, like, regular human blonde hair. I think it rocks.
Hi, Lambda Delta!
Welcome in, Lambda Delta. So, about the order of the murders. I get to choose that, right?
Please, as you wish, your majesty. The new Demon King of Rokenjima, as your heart desires.
You should check out the art on Rose Guns Days. I really need to look further into Rose Guns Days.
We should just,
one of these
like, we're
days.
just gonna end up, like, getting into all of the When They Cries together.
Kinda, yeah. It's kinda gonna be what happens, I think.
Because, like, you already play Higurashi on the big screen while I'm
Yeah.
just in the background vibing it out.
Yeah. Kikonia's coming eventually.
Eventually, Kikonia. We're gonna read Higambana.
We're gonna read Higanbana. Oh, it's coming out for Steam. Nice.
Oh, fuck yeah!
The only thing I know about Rose Guns Days is there's a guy named Philip Butler in it, and you'll never guess who he looks like.
I know shit about Rose Guns Days.
Hard
other than
same.
the fact that, like, when I was in high school and part of the When They Cry fandom, I saw people being like, you should read Rose Gun Days, but I didn't see anyone talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know anything about what it's about. I imagine there's roses and guns, both of which are pretty bog standard for When They Cry, to be
I'm
honest
pretty
with
sure.
you.
I'm also.
It's not
I
a
have
When They Cry,
feeling
but it's a
that,
Rikishi.
that it might take place over some days.
If I had to guess, there's at least a couple of days.
I love
Philip Butler.
Ryukishi character names.
Yeah. He has a little sister called Angie?
You can't.
Jesus Christ.
A
Wait, that
man
fucking
loves
rocks.
to be self-referential. That rules.
I fucking love that, actually. Because I only kind of recently found out his name was Philip Butler. I knew there was a guy in Rose Guns Days who looked exactly like Battler. Because I kind of, like, that's brought up as an example of the thing that Rikishi likes to do with his characters. Where he just reuses the actor, so to speak. But I only recently learned his name was Philip Butler, and I was like, God fucking damn it. Especially because in the game files for Umineko, Battler's name is abbreviated B-U-T, as if his name was Butler, which is just, like, there's a lot of stuff like that where it's, like, it's transliterated from Japanese into, you know, Romaji. And so it's like, it doesn't stand out to me, but in the context that he has a different character named Butler, I'm like, you fucker.
Yes,
I do know about Sakataro being in Higanbana. Butler Shiromiya. Yeah.
Ass.
Get his ass. Rikishi literally has a Rika quota in every work he puts out.
Rika is like the saber face of Rikishi works.
That's crazy because there is a...
There is a
I'm
saber
not-
face in
Yeah.
Rikishi work.
Okay, isn't Okonogi a recurring When They Cry character?
Really? Tomitake, I have a feeling about.
I'm pretty sure, I haven't seen it yet, but I am aware that Okonogi is in Higurashi. There's just a guy named Okonogi and he looks like that. And he's in Higurashi. I don't know anything about what he does in Higurashi, I just know he's there.
I didn't get to finish reading the Higurashi visual novels. So much I'm still mad
We'll get there
about.
someday.
We'll
I
get there
promise I'll
someday.
start Mayakashi within the next 50 years.
Please, thank you.
I just need to solve Higurashi first. Something
course.
I famously am capable of doing. Once I solve Higurashi, and I figure out what 35 is up to.
I love your batshit theory so much.
I'm bound to be right about one of them. I'm either... I don't know. I'm cooking with the Sonozakis, but 35 is my I hope I'm right because it would be funny. Isn't there an Okanogi and Rose Guns Days too? My god.
I hope so.
That's so beautiful. Have we already met Amakusa here in episode 4?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because he's like super early episode 4.
My best friend Amakusa,
My
who's
friend
banned
Amakusa.
in every country in the world.
Because he keeps deserting. Love that for him.
He's banned from all public spaces and
That's
has
true.
50 million mental illnesses.
90% of detectives stop for solving Higurashi forever. Keep analyzing those themes. You get me. I hope if nothing else my Higurashi theorizing has been interesting. I've been posting a lot
It's
of my
been
thoughts to
extremely
Tumblr.
entertaining, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, for sure. Listen, if I am driving my friends who know what's going on in Higurashi crazy, then that's all I can ask for. If all of you want to kill me by the end of it, then... On the console version of Higurashi, there's this guy who has a sprite that looks a lot like Amakusa. Fuck, he can't keep getting away with this! I finished a month ago and it's been choice. I'm glad. I'm glad. The thing is that I'm either super right or super wrong.
And I will never tell you which one you are.
Or the secret third option, uncomfortably close but just wrong enough.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally just a community theater production. That's true. He has famously continued to get away with this.
I can't wait for the Rika clone to show up in Silent Hill F.
Yeah, where's Okanogi in Silent Hill F?
He has to! He's gotta!
He's gonna name drop a character named Okanogi.
If there isn't a Rika clone somewhere in Silent Hill F, I'm gonna be so mad and I'm gonna burn down Konami. Don't take that as fact.
I do feel like a character that looks like Rika is pretty easy to put in anything, to be honest. She's not the most, like... You could get away with it. You
Yeah.
know, she's not like a super esoteric character
like
design, I would say.
Rika as a name isn't like super suspicious.
No. Well, and he's clearly willing to fuck with it.
Mm-hmm.
As we know.
Famously.
Famously. Rika's gonna be the creepy girl at the beginning of the game. This is so beautiful.
I can't wait
God.
for Silent Hill F to come out. I'm so excited.
That's Oryukishi Silent Hill is gonna that might get me to play a Silent Hill.
It might fuck hard.
It could slap. I mean, we've seen like there's been like a teaser trailer and none of it was gameplay footage. It was just like it was like a vibe trailer. But the vibe was good.
Mm-hmm.
It had I think it had a bunch of the like spider lilies.
I believe so, yeah.
I think that's what they're called. The like red
Yeah,
ones.
spider lilies. Those are Higambana.
He usually changes the name Rika slightly. Fika Rude. That's actually what the F in Silent Hill F stands for. Interestingly enough. What if the F in Silent Hill F does stand for something Furude adjacent?
I would lose my fucking mind.
There's just gonna be a random ass character named like Frederica somewhere.
Yeah.
And we're all going to know.
I'm pointing at the screen.
She's there.
If there isn't, I'm gonna eat through Konami's walls because clearly they stopped him.
I'm Roka. Exactly. Exactly. That's so... God. Great stream, everyone.
Remember when there was the Silent Hill, like, player chosen path thing where there were votes and there were clearly, like, AI-generated characters who would show up occasionally who would say, like, I collect berries for jams.
Oh my god, yeah. Jesus Christ, that was like... I had buried that. But I do remember I collect berries for jams. I do remember that.
Because, like, if you donated enough, they just generate a character to be the person who donated a ton.
Jesus. And that person collected berries for jams.
He did.
You guys want to play Umineko?
No.
There's a scene there's a scene we have to get
yeah,
to
we do have to
tonight.
get to a point tonight.
Please. It's all I have.
As your heart desires.
Well then, to start. That means the first one's gonna be you. Got a problem with that?
What? Huh?
Another new George sprite, by the way. He gets like 5 new sprites
He gets
here.
1 billion new sprites today.
That's true.
Oh fuck, he's summoning his wind attack.
A gust of wind blew. He's a lawyer, fuck. Stirring up George's jacket as if it was a cloak.
As someone who works in
that
the law
joke is for
firm,
nobody.
I'm tired of how much wind blasts are going about every day in the office.
That was a joke about the Ace Attorney anime specifically because they all have fucking wind attacks in it. It's
As we all know,
great.
when you pass the bar exam, you gain a wind attack.
That's true. Not many people know this.
Mm-hmm.
It was very much like the cloak worn by the head, but it is common knowledge in the law field.
Yeah, of course. That's one of
definitely-
the first things they teach you about.
Yeah, it definitely carried that impression of dignity. At that time, Gop truly did see the storm wiped away, and the sky covered with a pure white and vast full moon. The man who called himself the new head bore the full moon on his back and sneered at the demon. We spend $1 million on paperweights. Someone help me budget my law firm. That's actually why lawyers charge so much per hour, interestingly enough.
Yeah. It's to cover the paperweight, like the paperweight
budget, yeah.
costs.
Yeah. Even the lives of the entire Ushinomiya family are now part of my fortune.
We also have to bolt down all of the furniture.
Reparate furniture.
Yeah.
Reparations will be made for the damage that's been done. And it won't come cheap. You didn't seriously think you could take my parents, Aunt Natsuhi, Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Rosa, and Genji-san's lives and expect me to overlook it, right?
Impertinence.
Now we're inside.
In Jessica's room, Runaway was trying to press his palm against Jessica's chest and stop her heart. But right before he could, his hand stopped. On the carpet at their feet, 2 small red flowers bloomed with a plop, plop. The seed of those flowers was way up high, piercing into the heavens, on Jessica's fist. Runaway's nose was stained red with spewing blood.
Damn, she broke his nose with 1 punch.
New banger about to drop. By the way, there's a Golden Fantasia storyline that references just this line. It's baffling. And those drops had been dripping onto the carpet.
By the way, that just now was my answer as a maiden. My answer as the successor is different.
Hell yeah. Allow me to ask.
The person I love, my family, my relatives, everyone! Everyone!
Is this a new Jessica? Has she been
Yeah.
this pissed off before?
This is a new one.
Yeah.
I'll protect them! If I'm the head, then that's my duty! Dad wasn't just swaggering around.
Well, he kind of was.
He protected me and Mom.
He did not protect your mother.
Yeah, when?
He protected Mom. From what?
He fought the pressure of succeeding the Yoshimiya family for decades. That's why I know being the successor is nothing trivial. So you know what? I can give it up. Betting my own life is something I can do easily.
Jessica knew. She knew that in order to protect her family, her father had bluffed and fought alone continuously. Jessica understood something that his back had been telling her. Another left straight was buried into Runaway's face. That terrifying strike wasn't due just to the brass knuckles she was using.
That's why she had her hands in her pockets. She's
Yeah!
getting her brass knuckles, but she always has in her pockets.
As we all know.
Never leave home without them. Never take them off when you're even home.
Yeah, I was gonna say, she hasn't left home. She is the most home you can be, actually.
Truly.
It was a strike of a person. A family head who could throw away everything in order to protect.
If Daz lost his qualifications to be the successor, then I, the next in line, will succeed the headship. Head of the Yoshimiya family, Ushirimiya Jessica.
This song fucks. Why don't I remember it?
I'm not the kind of coward who'd let you do whatever you like anymore.
Is this one of those songs that plays like once ever? Does this ever play again?
I don't know.
It goes hard.
It really does.
A wonderful answer. I shall change your score from earlier. Plus 10 for that answer. Plus 10 for that splendid left straight.
Which means that 20 plus more would make for a perfect 100, yeah?
As Runaway jumped backwards, somersaulting in midair, he violently wiped away the blood pouring from his nose. It had become not blood, but petals of a red rose.
Dude, why do you have those up your nose?
The blood in his face was wiped off, and in its place was a grin filled with a delight he hadn't felt in so many centuries that he couldn't remember. I, Runaway, will test to see whether your resolve is worth full marks, understand? You checked and you think this is the only time it plays.
Damn.
God, they love to play a banger once. Umineko loves to be like, hope you like this scene, you're never hearing this shit again.
It helps with the impact,
That's
honestly.
true. Rog limitation, my beloved.
Shut up! Shut up! Come at me!
I love Umineko so much.
Come into the abyss!
Lesser known strain of Hanaki where it's just your nose bleeds. What? Suddenly, beneath George's feet, a pitch-black pitfall opened its mouth wide. Of course, George had no way of resisting. After being swallowed up by that, George fell out of a pitch-black hole that had opened up in the ceiling of the arbor. As George fell down, he was hit by a reverse roundhouse kick from a sharp stiletto heel, like a strike from a carefully aimed bee.
Mouth.
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 Chomp! The instant George, after being blown out of the arbor, thought that he'd be swallowed up by a rose bush. Another pitch-black hole opened there and swallowed George up. And this time, a pitch-black hole opened at Gop's feet before her eyes, spitting a defenseless George out of it. At that time, Gop had already finished the preparatory? Preparatory? I don't know where the stress goes in that word.
I can't help you, man.
For the next reverse roundhouse kick. What is this?
Welcome back!
Chomp! Right side of the head, below the right armpit, side of the right knee. As Gop danced and spun like a small cyclone, she kept hitting him, left foot, right foot, with successive roundhouse kicks. And you do not... Friendly reminder that... Hang on. One sec. You don't want those shoes roundhouse kicking you.
Yeah, that'll fucking hurt.
I'd just like to stress that she has fucking, like...
Pointy.
Pointy, and also they have a fucking thing on them. So that if she, like, bashes you with, like, the back of it, it's not gonna be pleasant. This song also slaps, and I suspect it may also only play during this scene.
What is this? Resurrected Recorder? Wait, no, it's not. It's the remix of Suspicion, I believe.
Ah.
I know it's a remix of one of the more ambient, creepy songs that has been around since episode 1.
I believe you.
Someone, if you know the super correct version of that, please tell me in chat.
I have the, like, summary page somewhere in a tab that has also the music. I could look into this if I wanted to. The fourth one became a sweep, cutting George's feet out from under him and making him fall down. But of course, there was no floor there, but a pitch
Death
black
from stupefaction. There we go.
Dead from stupefaction.
Yeah, stupefaction, not suspicion.
Okay. And George was swallowed
Thank you.
up
I
once
love
again.
you.
Gop once again spun around like a small cyclone. George was once again spat out from the ceiling of the arbor.
Take this and reflect. The abyss ends with a single strike. Die!
Then George exploded. Just the music cutting out.
Yeah, because he exploded. The sharp strike of the queen bee pierced the heavens like a rising cyclone. It kicked through George's lower chest as he fell from the ceiling. And then, time froze. George was pinned in midair by Gop's raised leg. Still pinned in midair, George moaned. Then Gop, with George still hung up on her foot, grinned.
I'll admit it. At least your attitude is that of an adult. But that's no good unless you have the power to go with it. Did you know? They say you need 3 kinds of power to rule this world. The first one is influence. The second is wealth. Do you know what the last one is?
I read it in a book. Force, right?
Correct. And that's where you're lacking.
Gop finally released George. She kicked upwards one more time, changing into another roundhouse kick and knocking him into a pillar.
She loves her kickies, which is dangerous in that kind of dress.
Yeah, it's true. I would not be going for kick-based attacks.
Well, that's her
outfit.
distraction method. George doesn't want to look at her coochie.
That's true.
so she can kick him better because he doesn't want to look at that.
No one will feel monarch without influence, without wealth, without force. Kinzo possessed all 3 of those. That's why he reigned as a tyrant. If you're gonna call yourself Kinzo's successor, try show me a bit of that majesty, okay? Come on, how long you gonna sleep there? Stand up, okay? If you don't, you'll fall again, right? See?
Fall.
Fall! Fall!
Not bad movements, but I feel they are slightly unfitting for a lady.
Bastard! Swaying around all over the place. Aren't you gonna strike back? Don't take me lightly, you fucking bastard!
Runaway dodged skillfully, jumped back, and avoided Jessica's fist, but he still didn't strike back himself. Because of his dodge that was as rapid as a fluttering flag blown by strong winds, Jessica's fist wasn't even able to touch him. Amidst the sensation that her own blood was boiling, Jessica regained her offensive composure. Even though this room was large for a bedroom, it was a very cramped place to keep up such exaggerated dodges in for long. She calmly realized that and started using not just her fists, but her legs as well. Boxing with just your arms makes you but half a fighter. Your arms must be like the hot roar of a lion, and your legs must be like the cold snake closing in on its prey.
What the fuck does that mean? Runaway. That's a fucking Godot-ass metaphor, man.
Yeah, but I love Jessica's response to it so much.
Snakes don't have legs!
True. Jessica began cornering Runaway towards the wall with perfect footwork. She didn't let him get around her. Runaway's magnificent dodges looked flashy, but they needed a large footing. Once cornered, he wouldn't be able to dodge anymore. Jessica knew the characteristics of her weapon, the brass knuckle, very well. This powerful weapon's most notable characteristic was how it didn't give the opponent a chance to defend. Even if they blocked with their arm, that arm would receive direct damage. If it hit the wrong way, it might even break the bone. So she cornered him. I can confirm I fucking hate fighting against her in Golden Fantasia. With this fist, she'd whittle away at this demon who'd lost any way to escape.
Yeah, that was Runaway.
Whoops! Oh, when did...
Looks like I finally cornered you, right?
Yeah, she's a boxer like Kraus! She punches!
She got the punchies.
She's got the punchies!
Where's everyone being held? Where's that damn geezer? You tell me everything and I'll let you off with nothing but more than a plucking of that mustache off.
Got it? I read that sentence so wrong. Pretend that I read it right.
On it, boss. That would be a problem. It does take me an hour every morning to set this. I'm sorry, there's no mustache. That is not a mustache that takes time. Fuck you.
Once you're in a cast, you won't even be able to do that, right?
Whoops.
I love Rotoe being the guy who says whoops when he gets sucker
Whoops.
punched.
Whoopsie daisy.
Whoopsie daisy, a little fucko boingo.
Runaway had blocked Jessica's fist with his arm. He tried to act as though it was no big deal, but it must have hurt a lot. I do need to play more Jessica and Golden Fantasia.
You need to
I'm
get
still,
good.
I'm still working my way through a bunch of storylines, but I'm not a fighting games person, so I'm struggling. But Jessica's pretty fun to play the times that I've played her. Jessica grinned. Runaway smiled the same way, but twitched slightly. I see. This certainly does hurt.
Here's my last bit of advice. Cry and apologize.
That I cannot do. It would ruin my image.
Then just crumple. Rapid fire!
Jessica's fists were buried into Runaway. Otome no hato bito! Jessica's fists were buried into Runaway. Oh, don't even worry about it. We're both done, Umineko. These streams are for the benefit of our dear friends.
I technically have not
But-
finished Umineko, but I know everything about Umineko because I
Yeah,
got
that's
exposed to the When They Cry fandom back in like 2014.
Yeah. Jessica's fists were buried into Runaway. But there was a resistance that seemed too hard, and the sound of breaking glass which startled Jessica. At a glance, it looked like Runaway had caught Jessica's fist with his palm. That wasn't quite true. When Runaway opened his hand, a faint purple glowing barrier like a glass shield appeared, stopping the attack by a hair's breadth.
I do believe we've done that one.
I've done that one, yeah. Pulling herself together, Jessica let her fists fly again, but with a truly magnificent gesture, Runaway caught all of them. I am, after all, a demon. This level of magic is nothing. Even so, you aren't bad at all. If I were a human, I would probably resign right here. Because I am a demon, I can still continue to fight.
What are you trying to pull?
Is this the end? Are you simply going to attack all the time while neglecting your defense?
Huh? Ah!
Runaway's palm shot within a hair's breadth of Jessica's stomach. Jessica was knocked away by the purple shield, rolled backwards, and smashed her head on the bed. My shield cannot be broken by a mere human. Don't think that you'll ever be able to touch my body again.
In that case, I'll just burst through that shield.
Persistent, I see. Yes, a truly fitting spirit for the successor. Perhaps I'll be your opponent for just a while longer. This is also part of an examiner's role.
Break! Ah!
You can do it, Jessica. You can get his break limit or whatever the fuck the meter's called. Gop looked down on George.
Get your limit break,
sneering.
Jessica.
Yeah. George was on a path in the rose garden, lying face down in a puddle. The merciless rain beat down on him so that it looked as though even the heavens were mocking him.
Stand up, okay? You'll fall again, right?
My punches are super punches that can break any shield. Playground fighting.
Literally.
Real. George stood up shakily. It seemed his spirit hadn't given in, but the damage done to his body was fairly significant. I fucking love these scenes so much. The whole headship exam is, I fucking love this whole
this
section.
rules.
Beg for your life. What you're doing now is the same as the fourth option of choosing nothing. You chose the third option, right? If you get down on your hands and knees and apologize, I'll forgive your rudeness towards me. Then I'll guide you down to the dungeon. There, for your beloved Shannon, in your own powerless life, you will kill the other hostages one by one. You can do it, right? You did boast about having that resolve.
George didn't answer, but his gaze was still obstinately resisting surrender.
If you are too obstinate, then this time you really will fall into the deepest depths of the abyss, okay?
Gop's strength was evident. That was probably clear, even more than it was to George himself, to Shannon's group watching through the three-sided mirror.
George-sama, that's enough. For someone like me.
Nason.
You put that thanks for being born away, you son of a bitch.
If you didn't like me, you wouldn't have to fight with anyone, right, George-sama? Then please abandon me. Please forget me.
There was no way that voice could have reached George. But, even so, George answered. No way. I won't surrender.
Oh? Why not?
This is such a funny expression now that I look at it. I don't know why.
She has a little bit of three mouth.
Just a touch. Just a smidge. I think it's also just the mouth open that much but no visible teeth. It's just like really funny looking. Because that's my resolve. I'll fight everything for Shannon's sake. And I'll make everything accept us. And bless us.
Hey, could you tell me something? Why are you willing to go so far for that furniture called Shannon? She's just a washout, isn't she? Rubbish furniture that couldn't even make a satisfactory waitress.
I won't permit any more insults against the woman I love.
Dentureless cap smile.
So true.
So what are you gonna do about it? How could a weak kid like you resist me?
Loving someone is strength. Because I learned that, I was able to become strong. Shannon, I love you. With just those words, I can stand back up, over and over again.
Shannon's in the dungeon, right? Professing your love to me won't.
No. She heard. It's because it's love. What's that post that's like... Okay.
Love is telepathy.
No. I'm gonna butcher it so bad, but it's a post that's like... I think it's about, like, if I got caught in a glue trap, I wouldn't die because I would pull myself out thinking about women or something
Like,
like
no,
that.
it can't end here while
Yeah.
thinking about women.
Yes.
That's George, except no, no, it can't end here while thinking about Shannon.
Yeah. Shannon can hear my words right now. The reason I believe that is because of love.
Love unlocks telepathy. This is true. That's my girlfriend.
You.
This is due to the morphogenetic fields.
Yeah,
phenomenon.
you got in the morphogenetic fields.
Yeah. Shannon, you aren't furniture. Even if you are furniture, you're mine alone. The only one for me in the world.
There we go. So true. It's a
Confirmed.
confirmed fact. Fuck.
You've unplugged the headphones, you fucking fiend.
Does the power of love.
Through the power of love,
We can unplug.
we can lose audio. There we go. I want you to be close to me as long as we live. I need you for all eternity.
George-sama?
I'm jealous.
Likely thing for you to be, I
I know,
reckon.
Kitty. He surpassed my husband in smooth talking.
I have a screenshot of just that line with her face, just, I'm jealous. It's just inordinately funny to me.
Yeah.
We know, girl.
That's youth for you.
That's strength of love. Then why are you so weak, boy? Does that weakness mean your love is also that weak? Even your love for your fiancé is weak. The way your parents died so quickly was weak. Everything about your life is weak.
Shannon taught me about love and strength. If you're trying to measure my love towards Shannon by my strength alone, let me teach you about my love.
So you say. I get it now. You saying the way you can still stand up after being kicked down so many times is the strength you received from Shannon. In that case, what did you receive from your parents who got killed way too easily?
At that time, there was a blackout. Even though they were outside?
No, this is...
The thing blocking Gop's vision was the bottom of George's shoe. Sidekick. Nasal bone fractured. It had stopped right in front of the tip of Gop's nose.
This is a reference to like this very start of episode 1 where
Yeah.
Ava does that beautiful kick that stops a hair away from Rudolph's nose, and she describes what injury he would have gotten.
Another single scene banger, by the way.
Absolutely, this one fucking
I can't
rules.
remember what this one's called because it has a long-ass Latin or Italian name. The thing I got from Mom was this kick. Several moments after, Gop jumped back. Of course, that was too late. If George hadn't stopped, he would probably have caused the damage he'd announced. George SB2 and Golden Fantasia!
I hate that I read SB2 as Splatoon 2.
As many of you can imagine, there's quite a few Golden Fantasia moves that come from these scenes with Jessica and Runaway and George and Gop. Although Gop is tragically not in Golden Fantasia.
They couldn't put her in without raising the rating of the game.
Yeah, it's true. They have to animate her moving. I mean, she's in like a background, but that's it.
If they let her fight, it would be Gucci out all the time.
That's true. Victima propitiatoria. Yeah,
I wish
that's
I could
the
roll
one.
my R's.
You can't?
I can't. This is the worst flaw of myself.
Condolences.
I'm perfect
I still don't know if
otherwise.
that's Latin or Italian. It might be both. It's plausibly either. So
Given that Umineko loves Italians, I'm gonna guess it's probably Italian.
that's true, but it also loves Christianity. It loves motifs from Christianity. Let me edit that
Umineko,
sentence.
famously a very Christian work.
Umineko, the most Catholic visual novel. No, nothing but God honoring in my Christian visual novel.
Yeah.
Umineko no Nakuko no ni. What I got from Dad is fortitude. Anger with a low boiling point isn't something to be truly feared. Someone said that this has the sound from the Mario song with the Koopas, and I can't. Oh my god!
Oh my
as I was
God,
reading
you're
you
right.
say that, I heard it.
You're right! You are so fucking right! That is the same. The boss.
Yes. As I was reading that, it was playing.
Oh my god! You've ruined the song for me forever in the best way.
That rocks. Thank you.
Umineko, but every time you hear a ba, it speeds up, and it's just the same speed until you get to the song, and then it gets to like 500 times speed.
Yeah. Yeah, that one? That's absolutely the same one.
Absolutely.
Holy fuck.
I'm gonna explode.
Anger with a low boiling point isn't something to be truly feared. True anger is disciplined by fortitude. I recognize your violent method of declaring your intentions. I also see that you've slandered my fiancé and my parents' honor. And you have no intention of taking back what you said, yes?
You.
I now understand your attacks more than enough. So maybe it's about time. Time to start fighting back. I feel like my George has evolved into just a Xander Mobus impression.
Quit prattling, foolish boy.
I don't think it started there, but it's where it is now, so... I just sound like I'm trying to sound like Xander Mobus, the voice actor. A pitch black hole opened its mouth at George's feet. But George rapidly opened his legs, straddling the hole.
We just went
Yeah, he just...
wide stance.
Yeah. He can pull quite a wide stance in the fighting game, at least. The same move won't work again. It was an extremely smooth dodge, and the upper part of his body didn't even quiver. Fortitude means calmly analyzing how your opponent will act instead of losing your cool. Why? Isn't it obvious? Can't you guess?
No, I can't.
Umineko mod that puts dancing Koopa gifs on screen
Please.
when the song comes on. It's to counter, to give back exactly what you got, to make them not want to take another pass at you. To make them cover their face in tears and snot and forget to wash it off. To make them want to rub their forehead on the ground and apologize over and over. To completely, perfectly, and thoroughly
Also another new George spray.
beat them until they can't get up.
I love Umineko fight
I love
scenes.
Umineko fight scenes so much. Every time they do some shit like this, I think about that one gif. That's
Yeah.
just every fight scene in Umineko looks like this, and it's just. I mean, it is. If you haven't seen the gif, you can picture it.
Yeah.
Because it is just accurate and true. George dashed, Pitfalls opened one after another, but George didn't step in them again. And because he was persistent, he was able to reach Gop a second time. Reverse roundhouse. Jaw fractured. It was stretched out more forcefully and beautifully than Gop's had been. Of course, while it centered directly on Gop's face, it stopped a hair's breadth away. Perhaps she couldn't rely on pitfalls at this close range. Gop kicked at George's shins as a diversion, and in the instant of weakness, which shin, if he was doing a high kick? I assumed the lower one, but his shins were quite far apart as all.
Both of them at the same time. She's doing a really fucked up kick.
And in the instant of weakness when he tried to deal with that, she aimed a kick at his stomach.
Okay, so the kick to the stomach was during the roundhouse, I guess.
Okay. It was a bee-like stab by her stiletto heel.
Or while he was frozen and like declaring what it would have done.
But it sliced through the air where George no longer was. High axe kick. Collarbone fractured. By Gop's side, George calmly announced that, his foot still raised. If that monarch's heel had swung down, a collarbone fracture would probably have been the least of her worries.
This guy's stronger than me at close range. I need distance.
She jumped backwards to open a large gap between them. She jumped and leapt and even flipped in midair, increasing that distance. It should have been magnificent, but for some reason it was very similar to the movements of a small, scared animal. If she opened the distance between them, she'd be able to fight at the range that was her specialty, using a mixture of pitfalls and kicking techniques.
You fool! You'll regret the pride that made you let 3 chances of defeating me slide as you fall into the depths of the abyss. Huh?
Girl loves to talk about the abyss. When she magnificently landed and tried to aim a pitfall, a razor-sharp wind cut Gop's bangs. Yes, it cut them. It happened twice. This time it didn't just stop a hair's breadth away, but scattered her bangs with its air pressure. Armada con martello. The fundus of the eye fractured with the first strike. Cerebral contusion with the second strike. Gop was too shocked to speak.
It'd be really funny if
because that looks like it might be Portuguese.
It would have been really funny if after this they just made her sprites forever, just where her bangs were shorter.
Yeah! If they done actual edits, yeah, he cut them. Yeah, okay, it's Portuguese, yeah. Because I just know, I think, Ava has mentioned that she knows capoeira, I think. Gop was too shocked to speak. George had closed in over all that distance in an instant, letting off a fearsomely nimble mid-air double kick. Furthermore, with the accuracy and edge of a razor, it had cut nothing more than several of her bangs. I learned the power of kicks from karate, speed from taekwondo, and freedom of range from capoeira. Mom was pretty fickle, but I've learned from studying various merits.
Why don't you hit me? You aren't going to say it's because I'm a woman, right?
You spoke of force as a monarch's third power. It looks like you still misunderstand the meaning of that force. In this situation, force doesn't mean hastily wielded violence. It refers to a deterrent, knowledge that if someone opposes the monarch, that person won't get away unharmed.
A deterrent, you say?
Also, George, I can't help but think you'd be winning a bit more if you stopped showing off. I know he has his reasons, but come on. Yeah, like, I get what he's doing, but it's also like, probably you could have done a lot better in this fight.
You probably should have done it with the cerebral contusion, I think.
You could have at least given her a cerebral contusion, I feel like. That would have been fair. In short, this is what it meant. This was why all of George's attacks up until then had stopped a hair's breadth away. These bare misses, which were more difficult than hitting directly, had all been performed so splendidly. Also, if George had wished it, any one of those would probably have crushed Gop. He had, daringly, not done that. You said it yourself, right? Force is the power to control. If you crush your opponent with force, you won't be able to control them, right? A monarch's force is something that is only shown. He does not crush. He makes others surrender and adds them to his own fortune. If you start blowing bubbles, I won't be able to make you guide me to where the hostages are. Gop had to admit it. She had to admit that George understood force in its truest sense. You'll take me to where everyone is. I would advise against resisting. I won't stop short next time.
Sorry, Leah. Let me borrow your troops. This guy's too much for me alone to handle.
Hey guys.
Puppies.
As a large pitch-black hole opened in the sky, thunk, 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 3 muscular goat attendants fell out. They surrounded George. Reinforcements? Should I take this to mean that you take back all that about me being weak?
I admit it. I made light of your human power.
That's wrong. This is the strength of a man who's experienced love.
How can you say stuff like that with a straight face? Come, goats. Crush this man and turn him into meatballs. These goats are stupid, but it looks like they at least have power. I'll turn you into a corpse that even your fiancé won't be able to recognize.
You refuse to surrender and intend to continue fighting. Understood. Know that from now on you will receive real harm proportional to your own attacks. If you still plan on attacking me, prepare to sustain a great deal of damage. When George proclaimed that, a faint red magic circle rose up around him. It seemed that George couldn't see it. However, Gok, being a demon, could.
Magic?
This is his meta super in the fighting game.
Why does this guy have a defensive barrier?
He attacks you if you hit him when it's active.
And that's also a counteracting type. Is this what you mean by a deterrent?
From a demon's perspective, that may have been magic. But in George's eyes, it was determination.
Which we all know from Undertale is a human specialty.
That's true. It was a determination filled with certainty, which would be merciless to anyone who wished to fight anymore, and which would force them to prepare for a significant counterattack. Determination with certainty becomes magic. Hey man, how's it going? Runaway had been accurately blocking Jessica's fists with his shield, but something felt odd. Even though he was certainly catching them on the shield, he felt his arm get jarred, and it hurt. It should have prevented all physical damage. However, the damage from her fists was gradually being transmitted to his arm, piling up. Runaway tried to act like he was composed so that this wouldn't be noticed.
I'm not gonna get worn out. What's wrong, old guy? Starting to get a little tough.
No matter how much you attack, it is useless. Why can't you understand that you cannot break my shield?
I'm not gonna stop hitting you just because it won't break. No matter how hard someone's heart is, if you keep talking to them little by little, it'll eventually start to crack. I believe it.
Can I say in a roundabout way she gets this stubbornness from her dad? Will people know what I mean when I say that?
Yeah.
She I genuinely don't mean this as an insult to her, but like I see how she got this hard-headedness from Kraus.
I believe that useless effort doesn't exist in this world.
Like, you know?
That's why I can live to the fullest. If words will eventually make it through, the same goes for fists. Give up isn't written anywhere in my dictionary.
Those words were probably aimed at Canon. Canon, who had seemed to reject Jessica's words. But Jessica knew that, no matter how stubborn his heart was, those words would eventually soak through. She believed that they would surely reach his heart, that the day would come when he would stop calling himself furniture and disparaging himself, and that he'd step out into a new life. So Jessica didn't give up. She didn't lose heart.
It's stupid, right? I'll bet a guy couldn't understand, right? A girl in love doesn't even think about giving up just because it's useless.
At that time, Runaway certainly saw. He saw the reddish glow of light that encircled Jessica's fists. This is not good. An enchantment, is it? I'm sorry, the only thing in my mind was 999 Ace. Not good.
Yeah.
Just such an iconic delivery. I can't hear the words not good and not think of it.
I love that scene.
Thank you, Richard Epcar.
Thank you, Richard Epcar.
Who doesn't even remember doing that. So beautiful. This permeating upgrade will be troublesome. Inside her unrelenting fists and determination dwelled the power to succeed no matter what.
I'm just thinking about Lambda Delta just giving out, because they're like determination with certainty, and Lambda just be like, haha, this is funny. I'll give him my blessing.
Yeah, fuck it.
I don't think Lambda Delta has anything to do with these scenes, but I like imagining her being like,
just stirring the pot a little.
Yeah.
From a demon's perspective, that was magic. Determination with certainty becomes magic.
See? Nothing useless about it. Looks like my fists are making through. Guard your arm, old guy.
It seems I will have to get a little more serious. It appears it is, as you said. In this world, nothing is useless.
That's right. If you give up because something's useless, that's when your life ends. You'll get through. You can be sure of that. I'm an idiot, so this is the only way I can live. But even so, I'm sure I'll be able to teach Kanan-kun
Jessie.
about a new world someday. So I'm not gonna lose heart in a place like this. I'll definitely defeat you and save everyone.
I love her so much, guys. Damn! Could somehow open a hole. Ugh. Kraus was repeating is useless. Fuck, they paralleled them! I didn't notice until now! They even paralleled them! He's trying to break down the unbreakable bars with just the force of his body. Even though he knows it's useless. He has to keep trying. I'm never wrong.
You've never been wrong in
I've
your
never
life.
been wrong in my life. Oh my god. Dude, this scene is so good. Kraus was repeating his useless effort to somehow open a hole between the metal bars. Useless. Nothing is useless. There's nothing. The lookout goats had been swallowed up by those black pitfalls and disappeared. Now was their once-in-a-lifetime chance. This was their only chance to break the bars.
Stop it! It's impossible, Kraus-san! There's nothing we can do with our bare hands! Let's look for a tool! Don't waste time on the impossible!
If you give up because it's useless, then it's all over. That's what my daughter said. Even if my body won't fit, as long as a small person like Shannon or Cannon can make it through.
Now that we've reached this point, action is more important than racking our brains. Let's work together. I'll do it too. Kanan-kun, you're a boy, aren't you? Lend a hand. Kanan-kun?
Why did she say that so uncertainly? You're a boy, aren't you? Have I been wrong?
He is a little bit. He's pretty gender neutral looking.
That's true.
He's a little fruity.
Kurasama, please stand back.
What? What are you planning? He's a boy, but like he's a stick. He is a little twig. That's true. He's 3 apples high also.
He is.
Okay, Nei-san. Just one more time. Let's try struggling.
Yes, I too will struggle one more time. No, not just one more time. Over and over again.
Jessica's voice had reached Cannon. It certainly had permeated into his cold, rock-like heart. And George's voice had reached Shannon. If the love he had shown was embodied by strength, she would have to respond in the same way. An incredible metal sound rang out. In the first flash, several metal bars were severed horizontally, and in the next flash they were severed horizontally again, causing many metal bars to clatter to the ground like bamboo shoots cut by a sword. Kraus, Kirie, and Nanjo didn't even have a clue what had just happened.
Dr. Nanjo, which way down the corridor goes to the mansion?
Well, they had to wait till after midnight so that it would be Energy Sword Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
I actually don't know if it's after midnight right now in the game. I can't remember.
Oh, of course. In and to the left. In and to the left.
Let's go, Kurasama. Vergilia-sama will notice us at any moment now.
What in the world are you guys?
Don't even worry about it, Katie. We do not have time.
We are...
When Cannon hung his head a little and faltered, Shannon slapped his shoulder, smiled, and spoke.
We're human.
Virgilia-sama! Response from the lookout web. It's a jailbreak. The goat guards aren't there for some reason.
What? Why? It's GOP, isn't it? Taking someone else's summonings without asking. Gap! Gap!
Confirming battle regulations. Requesting permission to fire at the escapees.
Do it! Kill them, kill! Gap!
Understood. 4-5, 4-10, prepare for sniping pursuit combat. Ammo type, guided cluster rounds. Virgilia-sama, escape prevention barrier, if you would.
Ow. Yes, you're right. I won't let you escape from here. Ow, bit my tongue saying gap.
Why is she so pathetic in episode 4?
She is really a sopping wet kitten.
The underground passage in front of them was once again blocked by metal bars. The door was, of course, locked. However, that was no problem for them now. Cannon, it's those metal bars again. We're counting on you.
Yes, Kurosama. Still, that's incredible.
Don't even worry about it, Kitty.
I wonder what kind of principle it works on.
I'm not interested in principles. All that matters is that he can sever the metal bars, and that we can escape from here. Don't worry, Cannon, do it!
Leave it to me.
Cannon sliced the metal bars again with his red, curved blade. But there was a harsh, strange noise, and the metal bars only had a slight scratch.
What's this? These are sturdy. Wrong. They're enchanted. It's one of Virgilia-sama's magic locks.
Can you cut through it?
Of course. But it will take time.
We'll wait 3 minutes! After taking a deep breath and concentrating his mind, Cannon extended a red, curved sword again. When he pressed it hard against the metal bars, sparks sprayed, almost as though he was melting through it with a burner. It looks like we'll be able to cut it, but it'll be tough.
Kurosama, you've been targeted by the enemy. Please move back.
Huh? Pursuers? There's no one coming.
Please get behind me.
I like that she stepped in front of them. I like when they do little things with the sprites
Yeah.
like that. Listen, we like to make fun of PowerPoint transitions here, but also, like, it's cool. I think Umineko does really interesting stuff with sprites.
They're aiming for you.
Just little subtle things like that.
4-5, data received.
Firing guidance system startup.
Target lock acquired. Commencing terrain calculation and error correction. Formulating firing curve. Supplemental control point calculations complete. Data link to 410.
Oh, that's been 4 or 5 the whole time.
Oh, my bad.
Whoops. Do you want me to
410,
read all
data
that again, or yeah?
Checking hazard zone. No problem.
That was
cool.
a very important story text, of course.
Very cool impression of me. 4-5.
Of course. 00, loading 48 sub-rounds. Individual homing F and F. Guided cluster rounds, preparations complete. 4-5, firing preparations concluded. Loading guided cluster rounds.
410.
A golden arrow that sparkled gold was fired, leaving a golden tail streaming behind. But
Hey,
what color was it?
Yeah, what color was the arrow?
There's just no way to know. It drew a curve, went through the door, through the keyhole, down the stairs, towards the underground path at full speed.
Something shown!
You can't block the golden arrow with the shield. Kanekun, interception stance. Let's link.
Gatekeeper, understood. It's been a long time since I fought with you, Nasan. Don't screw up.
Yeah.
It was a bronze color, I think. Oh, of course.
Oh, of course, I understand now.
I know there are some redundancies with gold that I'm pretty sure are because they're establishing both the material and the color. But sometimes it's shit like that where I'm like, it's like 3 times in a sentence and I'm like, come the fuck on.
Yeah.
I'll be serious.
Then there's no problem.
Cannon stopped cutting the bars and stood in front of Shannon. Behind him, Shannon closed her eyes, concentrating her mind deep, deep into the darkness of the underground path. A guided cluster round is a special kind of arrow made up of 48 sub-rounds bound together. It explodes mid-flight and divides into 48 mini-arrows. The strength of each individual one is low, but they pierce through all shields and possess a perfect wounding and killing power against personnel. And on top of that, each one of the 48 possesses autonomous guidance towards their individual targets.
It's shown. It's divided.
Confirming guided cluster round division. 46, 7, 8, 48 sub-rounds. All rounds locked onto. Interception control. Data link to cannon.
You guys have a data link too?
Cannon. Data received.
Okay.
You're incredible, Nasan. You can actually see all 48.
What do you mean by that? Okay.
Concentrate on interception prioritization.
Like, I know this is nothing, but I'm
Yeah.
still like... What are any of you people talking about?
Trust your Nasan.
Of course. I don't even need to open my eyes. He says as he opens his eyes.
Yeah, come on. He said he didn't need to, not that he wasn't gonna.
Commencing interception.
Target unharmed! It was intercepted!
Yeah! All 48 of them?
Ho 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 ho. After all, Shannon and Cannon were originally a furniture pair. They're strong when they're together.
They bought him as a set as IKEA. Mm-hmm. At IKEA.
Yep. Ow, ow, ow. Is this gonna become a mouth ulcer or something?
Oh, don't fuck with canker sores, let's calm down, reload. Updating ammo type. Precision lightspeed sniper rounds. Preparing for precision sniping.
Sounds good, yeah. Impossible to intercept super high-speed rounds. Impossible for a mere gatekeeper to defend against, yeah.
Precision sniping, roger that. Commencing collection of precision firing use data.
What in the world was that just now? I love it how he's the first one to hear shit.
Yeah.
Najo, superhero, hearing confirmed.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I don't have a clue either. All I know is that we would have died if not for these two.
Cannon good, thanks. Go back to the metal bars. The next shot will probably be one we can't intercept.
How can we defend against such an attack?
We don't let them shoot. Cannon, initiate spirit particle combat countermeasures.
I'm always saying this.
Always start your spirit measure. I've already forgotten what the fuck I said.
Spirit particle combat countermeasures, of course.
Don't leave home without him.
At those words, Cannon closed his eyes tightly and ground his teeth. With Shannon at the center, a pressure and impact that only non-humans could perceive struck. Huh? Firing system error? No good. Rebooting. Huh? It's spirit wave jamming. Activate spirit particle safeguards. Hurry. What are you doing? Cover your ears quickly, 4-5. An unseen, unheard impact had struck the Siesta sisters. 00 and 410 crouched down, covering their ears, but 4-5 didn't make it in time. As she stood bolt upright, her eyes rolled. Q.
4-5 got damaged. Her IME's busted. The noise, it's also horrible for me.
4-5, 410, and 00 damaged. Abandoning sniping posture. Ugh, it came straight through the link. If we don't reboot... Raising their spirit particle sensitivity for precision sniping had backfired. They had taken the full brunt of the spirit particle shockwave Shannon had released. And not only 4-5, who had been hit directly, but also 00 and 410, who had been linked with her, were taken down.
Are you okay? I'll make you some more delicious black tea later, so get a hold of yourselves.
My apologies, sir. Rebooting. Please wait several hundred seconds. All of the Siesta sisters had fallen over. They would probably get back up eventually, but it looked like it would be hard for them to return to the battle lines for a while.
So, furniture was able to repel weapons, if only for a moment.
I see. A plot to entertain that child truly will be filled with unexpected turns.
Vergilia tore the air with a large gesture, motioning as though opening a door.
Come, arise, goat attendants. It's time to work. Catch and kill the escapees. Corpses are fine. We can just revive them anyway.
A gold-colored door opened in the air, and countless giant goats with muscular bodies peeked their faces out.
Come now, hurry. There are 5 escapees, so the fastest 5 of you win. There will be a wonderful prize, so give it your all. Give it your all.
A new car!
A brand new car!
Vergilia clapped her hands, urging them on. A prize? After facing each other at those words, the goats all rushed to the door at once, trying to get out, making the exit as packed as the Tozai or the Yamanote rail lines in the morning. Each wanted to get out first, so none of them could get out. Vergilia held her head in frustration. By that time, Cannon had managed to cut enough bars to make a crack that could be slipped through. It had been a bit of work for Kraus, large as he was, and Nanjo with his lethal waist. But even so, they all managed to make it through. But after they did, they only had a couple seconds to be relieved. Immediately, another set of metal bars blocked the way in front of them.
This certainly is secure. I'll bet they really didn't want the people in here to escape.
Dungeons are not known for wanting the people within to escape. Cannon, sorry, but I'll have to ask you again. It may be tough, but please. There was sweat on Cannon's forehead. Lethal waste is a really funny string of words.
Yeah!
It must be said. You could tell at a glance that cutting the metal bars, which had been made even more solid by magic, had physically exhausted him.
Yes, leave it to me, Kraus-sama.
Only you can do it. Please, we're counting on you. Only he could do it. Holding tightly onto those words, Cannon concentrated his mind once again and set himself to the task of cutting metal bars again.
Enemies are coming from behind. Multiple targets.
Yeah. This time, even we can tell. The ground's really shaking. I can tell that some ridiculous monsters are rushing at us.
Don't worry. I'll use a magic lock to make a blockade of the metal bars we just came through. Mere goats won't be able to break it.
Shannon held her hand out towards the metal bars they had gone through. But she stopped right away.
What is it?
Archelius-sama has started neutralizing the spirit wave jamming. It'll be bad if it's broken. We'll lose the initiative once the Chester sisters are rebooted.
Oh no, you'll lose initiative. Does that mean their turn is first?
Yeah.
I don't know what else she could possibly mean by that, to be honest.
I guess it's like they want to strike while the Chester sisters are still downed.
Yeah.
But once the Chester sisters are back up, they'll be able to kill really fast.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I'll make you pay in full for bullying these cute bunnies. If you're trying to gain the advantage with those clever spirit particles of yours, I'll tear all that away and rob you of them.
Oh, 9, you know it is.
Nason, concentrate on the spirit wave jamming. The gap in those middle bars is too narrow for those goats.
I don't know how soon exactly, but it is tonight. If we have anything to say about it.
We have to get there.
The gap in those metal bars. Oh wait, no, he said that.
The gap in those metal bars is too narrow for those goats. It should hold them back for a while.
I don't have a clue what you're saying, but
We know it's something pretty bad.
I like how the humans keep cutting in to be like, what the fuck is going on, even? Kitty picked up a metal bar that Cannon had just cut. Kraus had no weapon, but he rubbed his fists, and the two of them glared into the depths of the underground passage where the shaking was coming from.
I believe these are the final metal bars blocking the way.
Thanks, Nanjo. How far is it to the mansion from here?
Quite a walk. The path is even, but I seem to remember walking for 30 minutes.
30 minutes? Isn't it? Don't we know Kuadorian's 2 kilometers away from the mansion?
The path is probably like winding since it's
yeah.
supposed to not be able to be followed by most
That's
people.
true. That's true. I'm just like, that seems... Walking 30 minutes seems a little bit long for 2 kilometers, if my math is right.
So if we run all out, it'll be half that time.
They couldn't tell for sure since they didn't have the 3-sided mirror, but there was no guarantee that George and Jessica would still be alright against demon opponents after all this time.
If we run at twice the speed of walking, it'll be 15 minutes.
And twice that speed would make it 8 minutes.
And if we sprint all out at double that speed, it won't even take 5. No, well, that... I don't think... You have an interesting idea of how fast sprinting is, I think. No problem.
What an unreasonable calculation. Well, that's how you calculate in a fire. My sincere apologies, everyone. Please watch my back.
Leave it to us. Cannon, you cut the bars as fast as you can. Shannon, you concentrate on jamming this witch called Virgilia or whatever. Kiria-san and I will defend against our pursuers. Then the roars of beasts rang out from the darkness, and several fiery, glowing, bright red eyes appeared. Goats that were several levels more massive than the guards were rushing in with an incredible force. The tremors they created were almost like an earthquake. They brought a frightening intensity and terror, but Kirie actually laughed with relief. Those massive bodies wouldn't be able to go through the crack in the bars. Cross's investment brain, that's true. The group of goats crashed into the metal bars with a fierce sound like that of a train colliding with a dead end. Clumps of dirt fell here and there from the ceiling, and you could tell that the metal bars had bent as if collapsing. Their charging power was probably on par with a train. If the metal bars hadn't been there, they would likely have overwhelmed the 5 of them and crushed them in an instant. When the group of goats pressing up against the metal bars noticed the 5 people in front of them, they let out a terrible howl, trying to intimidate the 5. Or maybe that was out of pain from their game of push and shove. One calm goat among them figured out what should be done about the metal bars, then grabbed 2 of them with its massive arms and began bending them as though opening double doors. Kirie sharply jabbed her metal pole at that goat's vitals. The goat let out a roar of anguish. It probably hurt a lot, but that was all. It wasn't enough to bring it down.
Cross-on.
Whoa! Still holding the metal pole she had stuck out, Kirie relinquished the opposite tip to Kraus. Kraus ran there with all his might, jumped up and kicked down with all his weight and kicking power combined. All of that destructive power was focused on a single pole, drilling it in.
Are you okay? Please don't rub the affected area. I'll prescribe some medicine later. Take care.
Nanjo might be the funniest motherfucker on this island.
Yeah.
What this replay has been teaching me is that Nanjo is perhaps the funniest person here. As the goat who'd taken a pile bunker to its vitals writhed with teary eyes, it nodded its head.
It looks like our link isn't that bad either. We won't lose to Shannon Cannon-kun.
Naturally, for a loving family like us.
We can do it if we take them together. Next, that one on the right.
Understood. You really are a good wife. That Rudolph must have grumbled a little too much.
Oh, tell me about it later. Rudolph-san, suddenly turning pale in heaven won't do you any good, okay?
It's so cute that she thinks Rudolph went to heaven. I'm just saying, it's really funny because whenever the Yoshida-miyas talk to each other, it is with 100% certainty that every single one of them is going to hell.
Yeah.
Like, I think a lot about it's in, like, episode 3, I think, when Rudolph is like, Rosa, forgive me for sending the sister you hate down to the hell that you're in.
Yeah.
And it's like, I love that you're apologizing and also, like, super sure that she's in hell. Is just, like, I don't know. It's just funny that Kirie is like, Rudolph's definitely looking down on me from heaven right now, when it's like, I don't think a single one of those people has such illusions.
Yeah.
The goats' massive bodies were buried in rose bushes. Even taking into account that a leg's power is 3 times that of an arm's, as everyone knows.
Common
this
knowledge.
strength surpassed common sense. Super sure that both of them are in hell. Yeah, no, exactly.
Every Yoshirame goes straight to hell.
That was part of the contract with Beatrice, actually.
Yeah.
To think that those massive bodies had been kicked in the chin and flown through the air. It was too fierce. Even George seemed a little surprised. To think that my kick works on monsters, too. Now there's a shock.
It's because of your counterattack style barrier. The attacking power that grazes you is added onto your own. Your kick has been supplemented by those monsters' superhuman strength.
Oh, I don't really get it, but isn't that just perfect for me? No matter who attacks me, they should be prepared for a counterattack of equal measure.
George explaining his own fighting game mechanics to you.
Yeah, kinda, yeah. Non-aggressive defense. That's my policy. Cosmo and Wanda, I wish every Yoshinoya goes to hell no matter what. That's why Gop couldn't easily touch him. The counterattack style barrier had no defensive power. However, because of its countering ability, it could be useful in defense by making the opponent hesitate to attack. The goats had been foolish and so had attacked without worrying, but this second effect had worked in full against Gop. These guys really are dull. When your power's even, it's always an advantage to have a smaller build. It makes your hitboxes smaller.
Mm-hmm.
He lightly dodged the log-like arms.
And you're more likely to be a fast character instead of a slow character.
It's true. It's very true. When those arms touched the barrier that protected George, they let off a strong red light. The tip of the counterattacking foot would then gain the same sparkle, and the superhuman power of the goat added to its own. I think you're also likely to have a lower center of gravity if you're smaller, which is, I think, pretty much always advantageous.
Yeah.
You're hard to knock over. The second goat fell forward and floated in the air for a second. Then, George's next roundhouse kick missed right over the fallen goat's head. For an instant, the goat hoped it might get away with its life.
But no!
But no! A heel was dropped onto the back of its head, and it was forced to kiss the ground. Going from a high roundhouse kick into a nerichagi is pretty basic, right? Works pretty well every now and then.
This guy's a problem. Seriously, a problem.
What do you mean, demons? What do you mean, witches? The rulers of Rokenjima are the Yoshinoya family. I'll make you physically aware of that.
You!
The only way to finish off George, now that his body was wrapped up in a counterattack-style barrier, was to deny him a chance to counterattack. Nothing to do but suck him into the abyss next, and kick and drop him, kick and drop him, kick and drop him, until she kicked him to death. But George had already completely seen through the faint warning signs that told of the appearance of Gop's pitfalls. If he could jump over that next pitfall, then this time he would probably pulverize Gop's head with his whirlwind-like kick, without holding back in the slightest, just as had been done to his parents. She was able to envision that scene vividly. Gop hated Kinzo more than ever for calling her out to this ridiculous island. Even though Ronaway held out a shield, he had finally started using his hands. Without a more powerful shield, he wouldn't be able to block Jessica's fists anymore. The enchantment on Jessica's fists grew the more she fought. The permeating upgrade had already grown several times, and those fists had also been given an impact upgrade, a piercing upgrade, and a speed upgrade, making them fists worthy to fight on par with a demon.
What's wrong? Starting to get tired.
You good?
I just choked on my own spit.
You're getting all slow.
No.
Jessica's just having an asthma attack.
Your movements and thoughts and kinetic vision have been rapidly enchanting. My movements have not changed from the beginning. Your movements are beginning to catch up to me.
And you still won't fight back?
This is my style. However, I cannot allow it to continue at this rate. It's about time for me to get serious and end this. Runaway's face turned into an expression he hadn't shown before. It was full of respect for Jessica in a truly demonic way. Because it was an expression he only showed for enemies who made him get serious.
I love that, like, grill sizzle sound effect.
Yeah, it kinda is that, huh?
Whoa? What the?
With a gesture of his whole body that you couldn't call elegant, Runaway held out a shield with all his strength, a shield the size and thickness of a wall. It was more tenacious than a simple shield. It literally was a wall. And on top of that, with all of Runaway's magical power, it pushed Jessica back bit by bit. Did he plan on pushing her back against the wall and crushing her to death? Jessica tried to break through the wall with both fists, but it was solid. Without any exaggeration, it was solid.
Is this what you call serious? No problem. I'll break through it!
I will not let you this time. This wall is somewhat different. Here, allow me to enchant it as well. When Runaway made a magic sign, almost like a ninja, the wall glowed red for just an instant, and some kind of ominous power dwelt within it. Jessica was able to recognize that almost immediately with her body. Every time her fists hit the wall, pain as though glass fragments had scattered and hit all over her body rebounded against her. I upgraded it with attack reactive armor, an exceptional item that will decrease the force of your attacks by counterbalancing them, and which can even counterattack with reactive fragments. It's perfectly fine to keep punching it, but doing so will damage you as well.
In short, it's an endurance test between me and your wall. No problem.
Will you fall to your knees first, or be pushed into the wall first? Allow me to observe.
Except I might break through it and smash that whole wall along with your face, right? Watch it!
Without hesitation, Jessica punched using both fists. Each time she did, a large amount of shards scattered, torturing her entire body. Instantly, several red gashes appeared all over her. She grimaced at the intense agony, but her eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and her lips curved in a grin that stood in sharp contrast to the pain. Canada, you done yet? We're fine, but the metal bars blocking them don't seem to be.
Just a little more. There's no stopping these guys. These metal bars might break just from them shoving each other.
A group of goats made the metal bars creak. Several arms grabbed the bars, twisting them with superhuman strength. However, some bars were being pulled in opposite directions by different hands. Apparently, they really were stupid. The way those countless hands grabbed the metal bars sometimes happened to match up by chance. Several hands grasping two metal bars neatly put their power together and pulled the bars to the left and right. The incredible sound of metal bending could be heard, and that crack was getting larger, bit by bit. They attacked the arms of those goats one by one, but they weren't getting anywhere. They couldn't stop the gap from spreading left and right. At that time, there was a loud metal sound behind them. Cannon had finally finished cutting.
Quickly!
Kirie-san, ladies first. You go next, Dr. Nanjo.
Kurasama, please leave this place to us. This is...
Cannon's red sword that had cut the metal bars disappeared.
Sorry. We've entered Wigilia-sama's spirit particle area of influence. Her magic power has been neutralized.
Aw, man, I hate when that happens.
How dare you resist me this far? I, who was called a great witch. You can no longer use your magic in that underground passage.
A magic circle column drew a complex magical formula with Vergilia at the center. With such genuine magic being used, Shannon's power couldn't even compete. On the contrary, it was surprising that she had withstood as long as she had.
Spirit particle supremacy ensured. Come, Siesta Sisters, it's your turn now, right? Wait, are you still rebooting? Why are kids these days so bad at waking up?
My apologies. We're all different versions.
Why do the shortcuts and pull-down menus get all screwed up every time you change versions, yeah? You did not shut down correctly last time? Administrator privileges? What's going on? I don't know!
Ukyu! Fix me quickly! Wah!
I love how they have translation notes for her.
Yeah. Call the Imperial Guard's troubleshooting team. You have to call IT. What? You can't help us without a user code?
For 500 user code, yeah?
Ukyu! Ukyu! It just sounds like 9999 in Japanese to me.
Love that game.
Yeah. Have her write it on some paper.
She can't reinstall her IME, so she can't write characters, yeah?
You take your time fixing yourselves. I'm going.
Sorry!
Sorry. The narrow underground passage was packed with goats, truly like a commuter train in the morning. They got hit by the crowd strike bug. Or
They
whatever
got
the fuck it
DDoSed.
was. Yeah. They got hit with the what was it called? Y2K.
Yeah.
All their stuff got fucked up. Rogilia was once again shocked by this congestion.
What are you doing? Huh? You want to go first because you want the prize? You're getting in each other's ways because you don't want the other goats to steal the prize from you. You stupid goats! I'm going, so make way. What? You don't want to? Vergilia-sama is trying to steal your prize. Why are you all standing arm in arm?
The goats have unionized.
Tight. Cramped. When did this become a goats only car? You that kid who just touched my butt, get off at the next station. What's with you? Come this way, you say?
I like how the goats can't talk, and so she has to just be like, "What's that, lassie?"
Yeah.
The five.
Kinzo fell down a well.
The five in Krause's group dashed through the passageway with all their strength. They couldn't dawdle around in an underground place like this. They had to quickly join up with the children on the surface. If they could meet up, there would no longer be any more sorrow. At that time, a terrible rumble started chasing them. C-3PO and R2-D2 dialogue. He was most certainly pushed down that well. Had their pursuers finally made it through the metal bars? But they couldn't see anyone when they turned around. However, that rumble and the dirt that fell here and there from the ceiling grew closer and closer, finally catching up with them and even going past them. It felt almost like being chased by ghosts. For a second, they thought they'd gotten away, until the ceiling right in front of them fell in, and a single goat stood in their path. Do we want to find out about this goat after break?
Yeah, let's go.
I think this is... there's not going to be another good stopping point for a little while, I don't think. So I believe we should take this singular lull in the action. And of course, as the music has stopped, so nobody gets to hear any music on break. And return to you in 10 to 15 minutes for some really good stuff.
For some good shit.
See you soon. Everyone get a drink or a snack. You know the drill. And we will return. We return. Welcome back, everyone.
Hi, I
hope
have
you
an
had a
ice
good
cream
break.
sandwich.
That seems good for your voice.
It's good for my mental health.
That's true. Let's jump right back into it. Jamie said, "Where's mine?"
Come over here and I'll give you one. Drive over right now.
Simply do it. Wrong game capture. There we are. For a second, they thought they'd gotten away, until the ceiling in front of them fell in, and a single goat stood in their path. Wow, if we'd advanced a single line, there would have been music for the break. Vergilia was sitting on its shoulder. That's a beautiful image.
This wise child knew a shortcut.
That sounds like a... This could be
This is
Zero
Death
Time
from-
Dilemma puzzle with
This is
music.
Death from Stupefaction again.
Oh, is it?
What a good kid! You get first prize. Later, you can have some handmade mackerel curry.
Of course it's mackerel. Maybe it really was happy about that dubious prize. That massive goat showed its joy by putting its hands together and writhing. Vergilia leapt down, laughing that this time it was finally checkmate.
Damn, it's no use. Our magic has been completely killed.
Not yet. If even without magic, we still have these bodies.
Don't be ridiculous! There's no way you can fight a monster like that without that strange power.
Stay back, children. I'll do something about this, so escape past the sides of that monster while I distract them.
I won't let you.
When Virgilia clapped her hands, a purple magic circle wall appeared behind her, stealing even the faint hope the Kraus had been betting on. Is there nothing more to be done? No, not yet. Even Jessica fought. I must do so as well.
Are you serious? It's not possible, not against that massive monster. Don't be absurd! Kraus-san, let us think of another way!
If you think of something, say it. Until then, it looks like I'll have to manage something. Oh, he was just meowing because he had a toy in his mouth. That's fine. He can do that. Come on, get back.
Take care.
Ready for the best scene in the game?
My, Kraus. You intend to fight this child alone?
Kitty is slowly realizing that she's the smartest one in this room by a mile. You never know. In a fight, it's always possible to get in a lucky shot.
You think you can win even with a fluke? Allow me to explain so that even one who is so blissfully unaware of his place can understand.
What?
If you were to wield 100% of your strength, your power level is at most 6. In comparison, this child has a power level of 1,000. In short, even if there were 100 of you, you definitely couldn't win.
Huh, what was that sound? Well, it's true that there are uncertain elements in a fight. Is this still her, you think? Yeah, that's still her.
Well, it's true that there are uncertain elements in a fight. Let us admit that your power level has a slight scaling factor to it. But even so, your chances of defeating this child are perhaps a very small percentage. Do you understand? You don't even have 1 in 10,000 chance of victory. Ding dong.
Bing bong. Virgilia and the goat guffawed together. Damn it! I've got a 1 in 10,000 chance. That means the payoff will be 10,000 times greater, right? A splendid dark horse. Seeing a ticket like that makes me want to buy it right away.
But the coin to buy it is your life. And you've only one of those, yes? However, I can understand why you'd still want to entrust that miracle to fate.
Miracle's mentioned.
Therefore, I shall praise your courage for standing against us without fear and give you a bit of a handicap. This child will fight with only his left arm. Well, even so, I have absolutely no intention of losing to you. Come to think of it, what's that bing bong noise I keep hearing?
Very well. I'll take that challenge. Whether it uses its left arm or not, I'm sure I'll be killed with a single strike. I also have only a single chance at a strike. I can only bet everything on that.
That's absurd, Kraus-san! I know you used to do boxing, but wasn't that as far back as your college days? No, even if you were a pro boxer. What is it, baby?
I think he's still playing toys.
Ah.
I'm just kidding. He keeps getting himself excited and meowing.
There's no way you could defeat a monster like that with one strike! That would be true if there were a match in the ring. Well, Krausny-san's chance to bet on this hope is faint. It does exist. He's betting everything on that hope. You aren't saying, but there's no way that would work out.
Kraus-sama.
Watch me. I'll settle this with a single strike.
How shallow. I know what you're after. The distance between the two of them is more than 10 meters. If the goat and Kraus both step in with all their strength to settle the fight with a single blow, their power will be double what is normal. Both will crash together, so it's a relative 4 times normal. Even if, on top of that, the strike lands on a weak point for a critical hit, that will only double the power again. In short, Kraus's maximum power level of 6 times 8 would be 48 at most. He might or might not be able to win if he repeated that lucky shot a full 20 times. If you're killed every time you take a hit and your damage still accumulates, let's see. Perhaps you might finally win when we get to episode 24, yes? If only the series could stretch on so long! Either way, you don't even have a slight chance at victory. Hey, seriously, what is with that bing bong sound?
Let me bet everything on a single strike. You have no reason to hold back either, Goat-kun.
Cooning him?
Come at me seriously.
He's requesting that you go all out. Smash him with a single serious strike and turn him into chunks of meat. Sissel!
What are you doing?
He knocked over a pill bottle.
Sir.
That's illegal.
As the goat got excited and beat its chest over and over, it took a position as though preparing for a sprint.
Is that what you wanted? Bet your hopes on the greatest limits of your power level and despair when even that gets you nowhere. It's raining again! What the heck? It's really starting to get on my nerves!
Here I go.
I love the little...
Ready?
Little 8 that was at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah. The goat howled in response. Then, with a matched timing that only the men confronting each other could comprehend, the two leapt forward like bullets shot out of a gun. Visual novel characters love, by the way, to leap forward like bullets shot out of a gun. They're always either doing that or falling like a puppet with their strings cut. One of those two things.
Yeah.
The men howled, collecting the strength from all over their bodies into one arm each. The goat's fiery, glowing eyes clearly locked onto Kraus's face. He could perfectly see a vision of when he would step forwards, when he would punch through Kraus and blow him away, and when he would win perfectly. The long, painful days up to that point drifted through the goat's mind. Those painful days of training when his senpais had picked on him. His senpais are the fucking stakes.
What does it say underneath that?
She's gonna eat me! Because it's Vales.
She would.
Those faint glimpses of the warm concern his senpais felt for him. Go on ahead and leave this to me.
Senpai!
And the joy of that day his power had been acknowledged, when he had been accepted as one of his comrades. You guys, what are you doing here?
Oh fuck, what did that Maria shot say?
It was something weird, don't worry about it. I never showed proper respect to my parents. Berncastle was also in that. I never showed proper respect to my parents. That's right. Didn't I plan to wash my hands of this business when this job was over? And return to my hometown? I'm sorry, little goat sister. Your Oni-chan always caused you so much trouble. And I actually have a childhood friend. And I'm gonna marry her when I get home!
Yeah! No! Stop tripping all those loser flags! You can't handle that punch! Dodge it!
It happened the instant before the two crashed and their punches crossed.
You fool, Vergilia. Looks like you failed to make a calm and rational decision.
Oh, because Kirie knew all about loser flags, did she?
Yeah, she of course she knows. You mustn't take that punch! Knock it aside!
Ugh. The very instant the goat's left straight and Krause's right straight crossed. The goat obeyed Vergilia's order with super fast reflexes and pulled his straight back, repelling Krause's punch. Ugh. That's right, Vergilia's decision probably had been wise. After all, the number of loser flags amplifies the power level of one's opponent, as we all know.
Common knowledge. That was close! If you had taken that punch after tripping so many loser flags, imagine how great a force it would have been amplified to! Come on! From there, smash the completely open right side of his face with a right straight. What? That promise about fighting with only your left arm? Aren't promises made to be broken? Tripped another one! I'm disappointed, Vergilia.
Is this the same Umineko as the one with people stuffed with candy? Is this the same series? Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know. This is completely normal.
Mm-hmm.
The same one with people stuffed with candy.
Mm-hmm.
This is the same. Guys, remember? Remember earlier this very same episode? Remember how sad and distraught we all were for so long?
Yeah, remember when we used to cry?
Remember how we used to cry? Remember when Rosa tore Sakutaro in half?
Mm-hmm. Remember when Anjay was getting bullied and she killed all of the 7 stakes with her mind?
That was this episode.
One by one. That was this episode.
When we started this episode, I said it's gonna get rough, but I promised you it would get very fun after that. I made you a promise.
And we knew what it meant. You really have lost your composure. What's that? How was I not composed by noticing it beforehand and making him avoid it?
Why is that, Kirie-sama? If they had crashed like that, wouldn't it have been Krause's?
I see. Even with 20 loser flags, that's not enough.
Krause's and the goat's double rush made for ×4. With a miracle as an ally, the firm promise of a critical hit doubled it again for ×8. With a miracle as an ally does imply that Berncastle is jumping in.
Yeah, I love how all the implications is that Lambda Delta and Berncastle have just been fucking around with stuff, adding in their own little touches. Like, this would be funny.
Yeah.
This would be really funny.
With a miracle as an ally, the firm promise of a critical hit doubled it again for ×8. On top of that, there was an amplification of ×20, equal to the number of loser flags, making for ×160. At a glance, that was an incredible amplification, but even so, Krause's power level was 6. Even multiplied by 160, it only made for a power level of 960, just barely below the goat's 1000.
That's why I said you weren't composed. It's your blunder. If they had crashed like that, you would have won. Even if that were so, it all comes to the same thing if this right straight smashes Krause's head.
This is how I feel reading about new Fire Emblem Heroes skills. This is exactly what Fire Emblem Heroes skills are like.
As someone
now.
who still plays Fire Emblem Heroes, this is exactly like Fire Emblem Heroes skills.
How have I never made that connection before? You've shown me shit before. How have I never been like, this is like every magic scene in Umineko? Umineko fights work like that.
Die, you sheer mere Krause!
Take this, the strongest strike of the boxing world. After repelling Krause's right straight, the goat's right straight attacked the right side of Krause's face, which had been left open. But there, it crossed Krause's left straight. The two punches crossed, and time stopped as each aimed for the face of the other.
Ho! 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 To think that it would be timed for a simultaneously strike. But his power level stops at times 160, making it 960. It doesn't reach up to my child's 1000. No!
I love her jank-ass eyes open sprites, by the way. She looks so goofy. I like it.
Virgilia-san, it's your loss. Why? You made him repel the first cross counter. Certainly if another right straight after that were to hit, Kraus-san would probably be in pieces. However, that was crossed. That's no good. Sorry, but this is a complete loss for you and this goat.
A cross counter has 4 times the destructive power of a normal punch. This is common knowledge in the boxing world. And if it's blocked and the right straight hits, then it's a double cross counter with 8 times the destructive power. This is also common knowledge in the boxing world.
Painfully common knowledge.
And if that is crossed, then, by the principle of leverage, the triple cross would multiply the destructive power by 12. This is also painfully common knowledge in the boxing world. It's even written in a Minmei Shobo book.
Kraus-san's power level is 6. The rushing from both sides is times 4.
The critical hit is times 8.
And times 160 for tripping too many loser flags.
And times 12 again for the triple cross counter.
Times 1,920! His power level is 11,520.
Kraus's punch now had the power to easily win the first Tenkaichi Budokai.
This result was brought about by Kraus-san's persistence in not giving up on victory until the end, and your pride. Without either, this strength would not exist.
It is quite literally over 9,000.
You'd fought well. You may now fall.
Nanjo clapped the goat on the shoulder. I also love Nanjo being the one to interject with this.
Yeah.
He knows all about the triple cross counter in the boxing world.
Absolutely.
Nanjo clapped the goat on the shoulder.
This has been such a good Nanjo episode.
It really has. Your Oni-chan gave it his all.
Nanjo the boxing announcer!
That was what he did before he was a doctor, yeah. As the sparkling drops from the goat's eyes scattered, he bent backwards and fell on Regilia.
Heavy! Get off me!
The goat's massive body was too heavy for the slender Regilia. She wriggled around with it on top of her, but it didn't look like she'd be able to escape. In that instant, the barrier Regilia had sealed broke. Don't take it personally. It was the principle of leverage that led to your defeat. Nothing personnel, kid.
I wonder how the principle of leverage applied to that counter. It's an eternal mystery. Let's escape while we can! You take care too, goat-san!
Well then, excuse us, Virgilia-sama.
Bow. Wait! Wait up! Get this off me! Gap, 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 gap!
After that, there was nothing to block their way. They ran intently through the underground passage. Jessica had finally been cornered with the wall at her back. Runaway advanced with his magic circle wall bit by bit, and would probably crush her against the other wall eventually. Considering the distance, she threw out her fists. This would be her final strike. Jessica had dealt out many punches so far. The wall wasn't invincible. It had already started to crack, and it wouldn't be strange for it to smash at any moment. However, due to the rebounding damage, Jessica also had cuts all over her body, and was worn out. Please put a stop to this. I don't intend to crush you. It is up to the master to decide how to deal with you. However, I also intend to congratulate you specially for your good fight.
Quit fucking around! Not yet. It isn't over yet.
You have wounds all over your body. It's all you can manage just to stand, is it not? It seems you plan on putting all your strength... Sorry, a yawn.
Don't fucking yawn during our fight!
It's just really boring, I'm sorry. It seems you plan on putting all your strength into this final strike. However, that final strike will be fatal for you. The damage reflected by Runaway's magic circle ball was proportional to the strength of the attack. Jessica's all-out punch would be bounced back onto her. The more all-out she went, the more suicidal it would be for Jessica.
I get it. I know that.
I am warning you. Stop this now. This is for your own good.
Stop bluffing. Your wall is already about to break, right? I can tell by the feel of it after punching it so much, okay?
That was a fact. Runaway's wall was already on the verge of breaking. And on top of that, Jessica's fists had been imbued with an unimaginable magical attack power by now, and their destructive strength defied the imagination. In the worst case, that destructive power might even pierce the defensive wall, smash Runaway as well, and create an expansion connecting this room to the next. However, that damage would rebound on Jessica as well. She wouldn't escape unharmed. I will say it just one more time. Stop. I say this out of consideration for you.
Shut the fuck up. Prepare yourself.
Jessica howled. Putting all the strength of her greatest and final destructive power into her fist, she roared. The three goats had been beaten down long ago. Without straining to breathe in the slightest, George cautiously closed the distance between him and Gop. He was after her. He was planning on bringing her down with a single strike. Gop was also aiming for a single strike. If she let that chance slide, she would be killed this time. Aren't you going to use your pitfalls? Even the tiny opening during the time it took to open the hole would prove fatal with George as an opponent right now. Gop cautiously calculated the distance and timing, but even as she did, George closed the gap between them. If you won't come, I will.
Go ahead. There's no point in cheap tricks anymore. I'll settle it with this kick of mine.
For an instant, she thought George's body blurred, and then only his jacket was floating in the air. The moment she thought, darkness covered Gop. George, with his heel swung up high, was attacking from the sky like a massive dragon.
It worked. This is my victory, Shremia George.
What? Gop opened a vast pitfall with her in the center, swallowing up George along with herself. The two were swallowed up by the pitfall and spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. But that was what Gop had been after, so she alone landed lightly. However, there was another pitfall in George's landing spot.
Gotcha, Shremia George. It was fun, so die. The Shremia family headship would be wasted on the likes of you. So I'll finish you right here, right now.
George once again fell from the ceiling of the arbor. He had probably been dropped the same distance as falling off the roof of a 2-story building.
He's like when you're falling infinitely in portal,
Yes!
portal above you, and then you stop. But he doesn't have long fall boots.
Yeah. In the sky, he couldn't control his posture in any way. It was impossible to resist or defend or avoid. As Gop spun like a whirlwind, she concentrated all of her energy on the sharp tip of her stiletto heel. This was the final strike, to perform his requiem. The final strike of the queen bee that would bore into heaven, knocking him down into the true abyss.
Welcome to the abyss. This is the end of the line for you.
She closed in on her prey and stuck her foot up into the sky. At that time, she saw George's face. Even though he was in midair, he was calmly adjusting his glasses with the middle finger of his right hand. I can't fucking stand him. And his posture was still preserved as that of an axe kick. Without the faintest deviation, he aimed for Gop's forehead. I had already hypothesized that this move would come up.
What?
If I jumped to make the person on the ground taste my heel, my posture would have collapsed long ago. However, my posture hasn't collapsed in the slightest. Do you know why?
You don't mean...
From the very beginning, I aimed to make a person 2 stories below taste my heel.
Ah!
It's your loss, miss.
He doesn't know her name.
Ding dong!
Scary face. Kitty cat eyes.
Oh, take this!
The final, strongest punch that Jessica had raised reached the wall and was sucked in. It was sucked into a black, large hole that had suddenly opened on the wall. Well, I did tell you to stop.
This is...
Ugh.
Actually, I wasn't even close to being in a pinch. Sorry.
Jessica's fist had gone for George's stomach, and George's axe kick had lined up on Jessica's head. The shocking destructive power imbued in Jessica's fist crushed George's organs and scattered his abdomen. The same destructive power in George's axe kick smashed half of Jessica's head, and scattered its contents in the same manner.
Didn't I tell you about a witch's acting prowess? Hey, Beto, what do you think? Were you watching?
Hi, Beta.
Not bad. Just as planned. You really do get it, Cup.
Woohoo! I love this stupid ass game so much. Beto and Gop casually high-fived each other.
Remember when Rosa was being forced to eat her own family?
Yeah. Yeah. Ah. Anyway. You just took a large bite of food?
I thought Battle was gonna scream more.
No, he just did that. It's White Woman Wednesday, or as I call it, Friday. At least we got this bop going.
Happy Maria song, right?
Happy Maria.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Runaway. Thanks for the gift.
I have no clue why it's called that. Its usage has nothing to do with Maria.
Yeah.
I'll return Jessica's corpse. Separate the corpses of the two who are close. Does that mean the second twilight is over?
Gop dropped Jessica's corpse through a pitfall. And all the chunks were thrown into Jessica's room, as carelessly as throwing something into the trash.
I love the multiple landing sounds.
Yeah. Jessica's corpse and lumps of flesh fell from the ceiling and poured out all over her room. Runaway shook his head slightly at this gruesome change of scenery. My apologies, Jessica-sama. I did warn you. However, the true art of us demons, that is, foreseeing this conclusion and giving you advice I knew you wouldn't listen to, really isn't something a human could understand. It's reverse psychology, you ass.
It really was fun, kid. But you play with words a bit too much. Is maybe it's about time I start fighting back really the best you've got? Are you trying to be someone from a light novel or something?
In the arbor brutally decorated by George's and Jessica's scattered blood and guts, Gop enjoyed a loud laugh for a while. But she quickly realized that, in all seriousness, this was a little too filthy and undignified, and she snapped her fingers. As she did, a cloud of gold butterflies rose up around her, stuck to each of the bits and blood stains, and dropped them. Then George's corpse returned bit by bit, and the brutal corpse with its guts torn out was repaired into a clean corpse that looked like it was sleeping. Was this some act of sportsmanship towards a dead rival? The heavens were split, because Gop had lifted her leg high, pointing at the sky.
See ya, lover boy. This is game over, for real. You are fucking died. Game over.
That's true. He is fucking died. Splat. Without a trace of mercy, that foot stepped down and was buried into George's forehead. The stiletto heel that was sharp as a weapon pierced George's forehead. With a bloop, it was pulled out. It was like a mark proving that Gop certainly had finished him by her own hand. Well, foot. Runaway also returned Jessica's corpse to its original form. And unlike how it had been with George, he restored Jessica's life.
What in the world is this? A dream?
No, that is wrong. You certainly did pass away, Jessica-sama. You should be well aware of the memory of your final moments. Jessica's mind was burning. For some reason, she remembered being thrown somewhere and having George's heel smash her head.
Am I alive?
No, you are dead. With my magic, that will only be postponed for a scant 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the magic will end, and you will return to being a tragic corpse with half of its head crushed.
What'd you say?
Death is brutal. In most cases, you aren't even given the time to ready your heart. But to praise you for fighting so bravely, I've decided to give you this time. Perhaps you should sort out your regrets from this world in those 3 minutes.
I can also decide to take you along with me during those 3 minutes.
But the power that had burned through Jessica's body until a second ago had been completely lost. Jessica was aware of that herself. She was already dead. And that is all from me. If you would excuse me. It was fun, Jessica-sama. Runaway turned his form into a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. All that remained was the sound of the wind and rain, and the figure of Jessica as she crouched down, leaning against the wall. Jessica could tell. She probably really would revert to the corpse she had been after 3 minutes. Was there anything she could do in those 3 minutes? She stood up, and with a shaky gait, took the phone that was on the desk.
Like a puppet with its strings uncut. Jessica revived.
Fuck. Hello? Is that Jessica? Jessica! What is it? Are you okay?
They got me.
Are you okay? Did you get injured? I'll come to save you right now.
No, it's already too late.
She's talking to Battler, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm already dead. Or so I hear. By the time you get here, Battler, I'll be a corpse with half its head split open.
Crap. That damn geezer. Wait there, I'm coming right now.
Listen to me, Battler. Listen closely, okay? Now I totally see why Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were evasive about the time the 6 in the dining hall got killed. Those guys aren't human.
What? What are you talking about?
I saw it, so what am I supposed to do? Those guys warp and set up barriers and do whatever they want, okay? It's like some kind of manga, anime. Hell, we seriously can't keep up. From the very beginning, fighting was useless. They really aren't opponents that you'll be able to fight with that Hatstand spear you're so proud of.
A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's forehead.
George and his son's done for too. That was an instant death. The next test is yours, Battler. I wonder if your test will go the same way as ours.
Who's gonna be on Battler's test?
Be careful, and don't misunderstand.
You mean about the test?
No, don't misunderstand, and assume your enemy's human. The enemy isn't human. They're demons. that can freely wield a terrifying magic. No matter what, don't get the wrong idea about that. Be careful.
A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's mouth as well. The left half of her head started hurting. Jessica realized that she was about to return to the corpse she had been.
When 13 people die, the Golden Witch will revive. 6 were killed, including Mom. That's the first twilight. Then Joshi-san and I were killed for the second twilight. So once 5 more people are killed, the ceremony will be complete. And the witch will revive. I hope Dad and the rest are safe. If they aren't...
I hope Dad and the safe are rest.
Fuck you. The one to test you might be the resurrected Beatrice herself.
Battler already didn't understand what Jessica was saying, but from her tone he realized that she knew she was about to die. So even though he didn't understand the situation, he urged her to give it her all.
They said I'm already dead. See ya. Looks like it's time. Good luck on your test. I hope you can become the head.
Man. Jessica? Jessica! Jessica!
Dun, 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 dun.
Hey, answer me! Jessica!
So no head.
Wretched. Awful. Battler's sorrowful voice could be heard from the dangling receiver. As she leaned against the wall in that corner, crouched down, Jessica's head had been half smashed.
This place is...
Is this a well? Where is this? Kitty stuck her face out of the well, and then Kraus showed himself too. When he realized that they could see the back of the mansion from beyond a grove of trees, Kraus knew more or less where they were. To think that here, in a certain well, there had been a hidden underground passage, which led to a hidden mansion.
This is really tough on this old body. Usually came up from a different spot with real stairs. You could just unlock it.
I will ask you to tell me about the layout of this place in detail later, Dr. Nanjo. Shannon, are you okay? Grab hold.
I'm fine. Kinda good, quickly.
Cannon climbed up a ladder out of the shaft that was disguised as a well. It was probably quite deep. When he looked down for the first time, he realized how far he'd come up.
Firing!
Bang. As Cannon was about to finally crawl out of the well, a hole the size of a basketball opened up in his chest. Everyone there looked through the hole in Cannon's chest to the scenery beyond.
Kinda
It's...
Fucking hell. Cannon slumped backwards and was swallowed up into the depths of the well.
Ball is life. Ball is death.
This is true.
Everyone run! The Chiesa sisters! They've locked on. We can't avoid them. Run! Let at least one of us remain alive.
Shannon, you know damn well what the epitaph says about how many will remain alive. At that time, Kraus and Kirie and Nanjo certainly saw a golden curved line appear from the well, and sow itself through the side of Shannon's head. Shannon! Her head had been pierced. The three had witnessed it perfectly until it had shot out the opposite side, blowing it away. Shannon fell to her knees, blood gushing from both sides of her head, and flopped to the ground.
Whoa! They're after us! Run!
Rare Kirie face!
We'll be killed!
Run! Run, run, run! As Nanjo doubled over in shock, stunned by how Shannon had died, the Siester sisters did not allow him to escape. A curved line again appeared from the well, and pierced from Nanjo's forehead to the back of his head in an instant, sewing through him. Thump. And so, Nanjo passed away. What the? Why? Where's the enemy coming from?
We're being sniped! I don't know where from, but they've honed in on us perfectly. Let's escape into the mansion. Block their field of vision.
The two dashed towards the back door of the mansion. Then, right as Kraus was about to shut the door behind him, a golden curved line appeared for the fourth time, piercing Kraus from the back of his head to his forehead and smashing that forehead. Kraus's body leaned over, fell down, and drew a neat radial pattern with the insides of his head. That is such a... That was good prose, I liked that. Kyrie ran wildly through the hallway, flew into some room, and locked the door. But even so, she wasn't even remotely convinced that this had saved her life. She would probably die soon. This was apparently one of the guest rooms. At that moment, Kyrie's eyes fell on a phone on a side table. After hanging up the call from Jessica, Batter had been about to dash out. In that instant, the phone rang again. Hello? Huh? Kiria-san?
Yes, Battler-kun?
But
I
this
got
is
lucky.
Batter.
I got lucky. I managed to escape the dungeon somehow. I really did have luck on my side.
Where are you? Is everyone okay? Over here, it looks like Jessica and George Aniki are...
Listen, I probably won't be alive for long.
At that time, right after she thought the keyhole of the locked door might have glowed gold, a gold curved line drawing a helix. No, a golden sewing thread penetrated in from there at an incredible speed and bored a hole into the floor by Kyrie's feet. Guys, you must have switched to backyard baseball. What happened to Umineko?
This is a classic thing that happens in baseball. If you fuck up, they do kill you.
This is common knowledge in the world of baseball.
Yeah.
We've been making jokes like that this whole fucking playthrough, but now they make sense.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got a baseball bat.
Oh, that's unusual. He's called Battler.
Yeah.
He's good at batting things.
Yeah. That worked out for the last When They Cry protagonist.
Yeah!
The
The
enemy.
enemy, who sniped the other four one after another with extraordinary skill, apparently really does have trouble shooting me between the eyes with a single shot while I'm holed up in this room. But the next strike will probably hit.
At this point, Kyrie finally remembered the first massive killing in the dining hall. Worked out great!
That's right. This is what killed Rudolph and the rest. All 6 of them. Listen, Battler-kun. I'm going to tell you everything exactly as I saw it.
It's true, they shot Babe Ruth dead in Fenway Park.
Yup. I'm sure you'll think there's something wrong with my head. Yes, it's okay for you to think that. Even I still haven't sorted out what it was I saw. Today, after you all returned to the guest house, the family conference began in the dining hall, and I'll tell you everything that happened next. Listen to the end without butting in. The call might suddenly cut out partway through. If that does, at that time, I'll be dead.
Kyrie-san. Then Kyrie spoke about Kinzo appearing and the family conference starting, about the 6 being killed and the 5 of them being confined, about how she had escaped somehow and ran away to where she was now, and how everyone had finally been killed. It was all spoken dispassionately, with no dramatization, just as she'd seen it. Everyone talks about Keiichi Satoshi parallels, but no one mentions the Battler Satoshi parallels. I can't wait to find out if that's a bit or real.
Don't worry about it.
Ow!
Did he bite you?
Yeah. I'm roughhousing with him, so he's
Getting silly.
yeah. She even spoke about how everyone except her had been killed, and how she had observed the moments of all of their deaths, and how even now someone was trying to kill her.
Actually, even while we've been talking, I've been attacked 3 times. Something like a strange gold thread keeps flying through the keyhole, spinning around and aiming for me. First it was by my feet, next it was close to my shoulders. Just now it grazed my ear. Its aim is getting more and more accurate. Looks like it'll go right between my eyes pretty soon.
Run, Kirie-san! Run away!
Where to? I've run this far. Shut myself into a room and even lock the door, right? Now that I'm still being pursued, just where should I hide? Hey.
Kirie-san.
Hey, Battler-kun. Are Jessica-chan and George-kun still alive?
Not long ago, I got a phone call from Jessica. It kinda sounded like they were done for.
Thought so. Yeah, when we were being killed one after another, I had a kind of premonition. I thought that perhaps the second twilight had been finished in the ceremony of killing 13 people, before our twilights had been reached. In short, when I die, that's 13 people. This way, the ceremony is complete. The Golden Witch Beatrice will resurrect. I wonder what in the world will happen. On this island filled with demons and witches and swarming with goat monsters. I wonder just what will happen when even the leader of them all, the Golden Witch, appears. By now, I don't have a clue what's going on anymore.
Kirie-san's voice had completely given up on her own life. Because Battler understood that, he couldn't stop the tears.
There's just one thing I can advise you on.
What?
If a demon or a witch does appear in front of you,
Yeah.
there's no need whatsoever to doubt whether it's real or not. Understand that it is what it seems to be. You might think there must be some trick or that there's some true nature hidden behind it. If you have the time to think of something like that, it'd be much more constructive to plan out how not to damage the mood of whatever you're facing.
They cut to Purgatorio and Battler's like, stop god modding!
Sissel,
Sissel, please, don't make sounds like that.
even mistakenly, you must not say. In that case, try showing me magic. Because to prove that, they'll probably use an even crueler way than before. To show you.
I can't believe it. Even if I hear something like that coming from your mouth, I can't believe it.
I understand. I understand why you can't believe. So that's why I can give this advice. Believe.
You're telling me to believe in Beatrice? And demons and witches and monsters?
Even after being shown things not of this world so clearly, I think we still weren't able to believe any of it. I'm still like that now. The true form of this thing that keeps attacking me, trying to shoot through my forehead, is something I don't understand, and I can't believe it.
Sissel, stop.
So, I want you alone to believe, to understand, to accept the existence of what we couldn't accept. If you do that for me, our deaths won't be wasted. It's also have been worth it for me to make this phone call.
Kirie-san!
I'm still okay. It scratched me, but it missed again. Looks like I probably won't get another chance. Thank you. And goodbye, Battler-kun. I treated you coldly sometimes because you're Asumu-san's son. Forgive me for those days.
What do you mean, forgive you? Right now, you're a mother to me, Kirie-san. I felt as though I'd heard an incredible sound at the other end of the receiver. Then, a noisy clacking sound, as though the receiver had fallen to the floor. Kirie-san! Kirie-san! Kirie-san did not answer through the phone again. Man.
Beatrice has showed up so little this episode.
Yeah.
I'm starting to forget my Beatrice voice.
Oh, we are still before midnight. It's, 11:47?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm so bad at reading that specific clock. I promise I can read analog clocks. I think it's because I know I have a time limit because it auto advances, and so I start panicking, and it makes me worse.
I don't know why you're mad, Battler.
I'm actually super quick now to the bathroom. I'm so sorry.
How dare you?
I'm sorry for being a water drinker. It will happen again. See you soon. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Hi.
Hi. I missed you all so much.
You don't. Everyone was killed by that damn geezer. He was saying something crazy about Beatrice's resurrection ceremony or whatever.
By now, 13 people have been offered as sacrifices. And it's already time for Beatrice to revive, right?
Sure, that sounds great. I'll find Beatrice too and kill them both.
You survived the ceremony.
Yay! Yippee!
Yay!
We're going to the Golden Land, boys!
So we'll receive an invitation to the Golden Land from Beatrice. Over there, all wishes will be granted. If having your family killed is painful, then you just have to resurrect them. That's what I plan to do. Or if I'm the really nice mama, the one who isn't possessed by the Black Witch.
She's a really nice, real mama.
Oh, fuck. I missed that word. Fuck. Shit.
So Mama will always be with me. There won't be any more overtime or working on days off. She'll always be with me and think of only me. And she'll always fight against fearsome enemies for my sake.
Mm. There's something wrong with you. Solid assessment, man.
Yeah. There sure is.
Why are you saying something so incomprehensible in a situation like this?
Didn't Kyrie just tell you, Battler? Didn't she tell you to believe in the witch?
Fuck. This is no time to get in an argument with you over something like this. Now there are no hostages or anything. Anyone left alive. This weird, shitty ceremony game is already over. Let me do what I want now. Someone might still be alive. Or someone might be hiding. I'll search everywhere, find them, and beat the shit out of them. In a rage, Battler grabbed his hat-stand spear and flew out of the room. Maria watched him go, looking bored.
Even though Beatrice will grant our wishes soon anyway. Stupid Battler.
At that time, the phone rang out again. Maria stood up and grabbed the receiver.
Hello? Ooh.
Of course, the sound of the phone also reached Battler's ears as he was about to dash out of the house. With a violent forcefulness, he turned around and dashed into the cousin room. Maria! Who was the phone call from? With a terrifying look on his face, Battler yelled at Maria, who was on the phone. You couldn't blame him. Right now, the only humans left alive on the island were himself, Maria, Goda, and Kumasawa. But there was no way those two could call after being locked up in the garden.
And Kinzo.
Yeah?
Kinzo is no longer human.
I mean, the way they're talking about him?
Yeah.
Which meant there was only one person left. It had to be Kinzo.
Oh.
After continuing her pleasant chat with the person on the other end of the phone for a while, Maria slowly turned to face Battler. Then, with an unsettling expression on her face, she laughed. It felt almost as though the person on the other end of the line was chatting about Battler. Maria, who's on the phone?
Who was phone?
Who was phone? Grandfather? Battler couldn't imagine that this was the case. After all, it was inconceivable that Maria would talk intimately with Kinzo, and that she would be chatting about Battler with that eerie smile on her face. So just what kind of person could be on the phone who could make Maria chat with a smile like that? At that time, in the back of his mind, the words Kyrie had spoken to him drifted up. If a witch does appear, there's no need to doubt it. Just believe that it exists.
Yeah, Battler just came back. He sure is jumpy.
I forgot how soon this was. Maria! Who's on the phone? Who?
Hand it over? Sure. Here, butler.
After getting the consent of the person on the other end, she held the receiver out to Badler.
Here.
Maria held the receiver out for him to take, as though it was perfectly normal. Badler hesitated just a little bit before taking the receiver. After all, by accepting the existence of the person on the other end, he'd have no choice but to acknowledge them. As Kyrie said, there is no longer any need to doubt that they exist. Badler took the receiver. As he did, Maria briskly left the room. Badler, who was a bit scared to find out for sure who was at the other end of the receiver, questioned Maria before taking the call. Hey! Where are you going?
To where my test is. I wonder who the next Ushirimiya family head will be, Butler or me.
Don't go! You'll be killed!
I won't be killed. The ceremony is already over. And even if I'm killed, I'll be revived. Whether one of us becomes the head or not, we've already been invited to the Golden Land. See you!
Wait! Maria! Badler stretched his hand out to Maria's back as she left, but the cord of the receiver that he was gripping stopped him just like a chain. He readied himself. Badler put the receiver to his ear. Hello?
Congratulations! And I'm fine! And you?
Lyrics, baby!
No one knows what the fuck they're saying in the song.
True.
It's in English, but it's incomprehensible.
Yeah. Screwed up, mocking English filled his ears. It was the voice of a woman he didn't know. Who was it? The inside of his head was starting to freeze up. Who was it? So regular English. And they're singing about such regular things.
Mm-hmm.
The words of it that can be made out. Very normal.
What do you mean, who is it, Ushirimiya Butler? Normally you'd answer, yes, I'm fine. Right? That takes me back. You did that one in middle school, right? That thing you do in pairs.
You're insane. Who are you? Answer me.
Say it in English. Isn't that your specialty?
Don't fuck with me. Who are you? An underling of that damn geezer?
Underling's a mean way to say it, is it not? At least say prisoner. And Kinzo is my prisoner. Right?
That last laugh didn't sound like it was aimed at Badler. It was almost as though Kinzo was right next to the phone, cackling as well. Say your name! Who are you? Who?
Guess right, and you can win a free trip to Hawaii! Finally! It took so long. The days leading up to today were really long. I seriously waited 1,000 years for today. Get it? I owe it to you, my big resurrection. Thank you, Kinzo. Just for you, I'll lend an ear for that last I'll take that move back of yours.
My, aren't you getting a tad too excited? Couldn't you act a bit more ladylike? Kinzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the reception table. There was an expensive cheese and snacks to go with drinks. And there were several empty wine bottles lined up. As Beatrice rolled around on the sofa in an unseemly way, she happily held a wine glass in one hand, and was probably completely drunk.
I'm in the best mood today, so here's a huge bonus for you. Hey, Kinzo, don't use the Chateau Petrus as a decoration. It's from 1947, right? If you don't open it today, just when do you plan on opening it?
Let's drown ourselves in it and play. And let's whack each other with the empty bottles.
How amusing. You're too excited. You're letting loose too much.
And what about you, Kinzo? Aren't you happy to be reunited with me? Ah, it's the living world, the earthly world. Long live my flesh.
What are you going on about? You're saying that you're Beatrice or something?
Yes, I am. Thanks to Kinzo's 13-person murder ceremony, I've finally been resurrected. It's nice having a mouth. It's nice having a tongue. How fun it is to be able to talk to you like this. Come to think of it, even though we slapped each other with abuse so many times over and over again, this is the first time we've had a conversation like this on the board during the game, isn't it? How very fresh. Oh, did you hear that pop sound right now? He opened it. He seriously opened that Chateau Petrus. Do you know how much a single bottle costs? Almost as much as a whole 10-kilogram ingot, you see.
Cut the crap! Beatrice? A golden witch, you say? Give it a rest. Where are you? Is that damn geezer with you too? I'll beat the shit out of both of you. Where are you now? Answer me.
Oh, so you want to meet me? It's tough being such a popular woman. But please don't try to chat me up when Kinzo's around, okay? This guy gets seriously jealous, so he has a bad temper, you see. But when Kinzo isn't around and we're all alone, I'll love you all you want in secret, okay?
You're insane.
Kinzo, I've changed my mind. I won't do Maria's test. You go.
How fickle. Oh, are you saying you'll do Battler's test?
Nothing wrong with that, right? That guy is so much like a younger you that it makes my heart race.
God.
Don't worry, I won't cheat on you. This will be the only time I'll be alone with him. I'm always alone with you in bed, right? But no more tying you to the bend of the collar, okay? Well then, Battler, I, the Golden Witch Beatrice, will be conducting your test myself. As for the place, yes, let's make it the front entrance to this mansion. Battler, make sure you try seriously hard in this test to become the successor, okay? I mean, Kinzo's practically dead on his feet. If you become a successor, you will be the new owner of everything on this island. If it's you, I won't be becoming all yours, see? I wouldn't mind becoming all yours, see? Rule over me just like Kinzo did, yay?
The front entrance of the mansion. Perfect. You drunk bastard. I'll sober you up. I'll fix that hangover with a burning punch. Prepare yourself. Battler impulsively slammed the receiver down. There was no need to talk through it anymore. I'll meet her face to face and settle this. R.I.P. to that bop. I took the spear I'd made from the hat stand and went outside without even an umbrella. It's hard to imagine that the young woman calling herself Beatrice is waiting for me alone. I should probably assume that, as Goda-san and the rest said. She'll be waiting with supporting troops. Going alone would be too reckless. Goda-san! Kumasawa-san! It's me, Battler! I headed for the gardening storehouse first. I need all the help I can get. Goda-san is big, so I can probably count on him for some firepower. Kumasawa's knowledge and familiarity with the terrain as a senior servant might become a huge weapon. Both of them have master keys, and they know more about the mansion than I do. They'll be pretty reliable allies. As I banged on the shutter and called out for them to open it, I remembered that there was nothing they could do from the inside. I would have to get the key back from them before opening the door. I rounded the corner, knocked on the small latticed window there, and opened it. Goda-san! Kumasawa-bachan! It's Battler! Hey, come on, get up! Hey. The scene in the shed, lit by a dim light bulb, was very strange. Goda-san. Kumasawa-san. From a low ceiling beam hung 2 thick ropes, and at the ends, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were hanging by their necks. It was dim and cramped because of the various pieces of equipment strewn about, so I couldn't make out the situation clearly. But when they showed not even a tremor after I called out to them, and because of the way the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies, I could sense no trace of life from them. You've gotta be kidding me, right? Why? The shutter was still closed, and there was only a single key, which had supposedly been given to Goda-san. So how had the culprit opened the shutter and killed both of them inside? No, wait. They weren't necessarily killed. If this is a suicide, that way this closed room makes sense, but I don't know why they would hang themselves and commit suicide. Feebly, I slumped down on the spot. Now the only humans alive on this island are me, Maria, and the damn geezer. No, there's also that insane woman calling herself Beatrice. There's Maria, who had acted like the witch's ally from the beginning. And that geezer, the ringleader who revived the witch. And the witch herself. What the hell? By now, I might as well be the only one on this island. Using my pole as a cane, I feebly rose. Damn, I can't do it like this. I've got to avenge everyone. Damn it. It's useless this way. It's useless. It's all useless. Damn it. Might as well cry while I can, so that my frail emotions will be squeezed out with my tears. Then, I straightened up and gazed into the darkness in the direction of the mansion. At the entrance to the mansion, the witch is waiting. I'll go and settle this. I'll find the source of this weird, insane night and crush her with my own hands. Amidst the pouring rain, I walked through the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. I could see the arbor on the other side. According to Jessica, it seemed that George Aniki had also been killed. Well, by this point...
by the way, did Kumasawa and Goda's...
Oh, that's a good question.
No.
Nope.
Didn't update.
Nobody's has.
Yeah. Everyone's still alive.
They're all fine.
Everyone's fine.
They're literally fine. According to Jessica, it seemed that George Aniki had been killed. Well, by this point, there's no need to worry about the lives of any hostages. I left the path, aiming for the arbor. Then, I saw George Aniki's weather-beaten corpse.
The first update.
It was Shiromiya George. His corpse was found in the Rose Garden Arbor. There was a single hole right in the center of his forehead. It's probably reasonable to assume he was shot with a gun or something similar. It's a brand of humiliation, marking his defeat to God. They're all on a farm on the other side of the island.
Yeah.
Exactly. Aniki. Damn. The corpse was in front of the arbor. If he had died under the arbor, he might have at least been spared being beaten down upon by the rain. In Aniki's forehead was a gaping hole, as though he'd been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain had washed everything away, his face wasn't covered with blood, so he looked almost like he was sleeping. However, his clothes were stained a deep red, and there were still signs that a large amount of blood had flowed out. How happy I'd be if he were sleeping or else pretending to be dead. But even though the rain sprayed against Aniki's eyes, they remained open. And the hole in his forehead was no joke, but absolutely real. There had been a faint chance that even Goda-san and Kumasawa-san hanging by their necks in the gardening shed had been them playing a bad joke. But that naive possibility had now been completely denied. And as I looked at this corpse, I became completely sure. Just as Goda-san had once said, the enemy had come to take lives like pieces on a chessboard. There's no mistake. It seems that old geezer and the witch, Really don't view our lives as anything more than that. That damn witch said something over the phone. Something about us being on the game board. Perfect. See, she thinks this is a game. And if you killed everyone like it was a game, it's okay if I kill you all like it's a game, right? Prepare yourself, Beatrice. The lightning caused the mansion's vast shadow to rise up. Finally, the mansion. As the massive shape came into view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed that there weren't any underlings waiting for me in a pack or anything like that. According to Kirie-san, there were massive amounts of attendants with goat heads, not ghost heads. That would be a different thing.
Wow, Clock Tower ghost head.
At least for now, I couldn't sense a large group of them hiding and staring at me. What's this? Beneath the roof of the entrance, there's something set down. What is this? A box? It looked like the kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in. Or maybe it was the same kind of extravagant cigar case you'd find in a reception room. Either way, it didn't look like something that should be here. It clearly looked as though I was being told to open it. But for some reason, opening something being offered to me was irritating. However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't open it. Could it be that it's set up with some trap to make it explode when opened? Thinking things like that, forgetting even to come under the overhang, I continued to glare at the box, still beaten down upon by the rain. Then, mixed in with the thunder, was some kind of music? It sounded like that. It was the tone of the big clock in the hall announcing midnight. It was also a sound announcing that this insane day, October 4th, had finally ended, and that the much more incredibly insane day of October 5th had begun. That sound quieted, and I could hear an eerie laugh coming out of nowhere. I got the feeling that the voice was coming from the heavens, and I looked up at the sky. What I saw there was a woman I'd never seen before. No, it's not true that I never saw her before. I saw her once today. Yes, in the portrait inside the mansion. The clothes were different, but that face was just like the witch of the portrait. Who am I kidding? I already know who this person is. Are you Beatrice?
Yahoo! Battler!
From the second floor balcony, leaning out under an umbrella and waving high-spiritedly, was without a doubt the witch of the portrait, Beatrice.
You have a print of this scene.
We do. Was the plan for the boss to take a bird's eye view and let the goat underlings torture me to death? I adjusted my grip on the spear, and, imagining goats creeping out of the nearby shadows in the entrance and surrounding me, I raised my guard in all directions.
Be at ease. There's no one here but you and me, see? No goat furniture, no demon butlers, a teacher, not even the demon who's my close friend. And there's none of the golden butterflies that compose my flesh, no magic circles, and no summoners as witnesses. Do you know what that means?
No clue. Quit babbling.
It is true that I have met you several times, even in this world.
Several times.
Almost as though we just missed each other. As you know, this world of humans is filled with toxin just by your existence and your doubting of me. Almost like solid ramparts strengthening the guard around you, the king. And though through multiple games I have advanced pieces one by one, split them apart and cornered them, leaving your ramparts bit by bit. Then a faint crack finally opened and I set the bishop in so that I could approach right up next to you. But as you know, bishops are pieces with blind spots. So long as you stay on black squares, a bishop on black can wield a massive influence. But if you escape just one step to a white square, even if I close in right next to you, I will not be able to touch you. That is why I have progressed through this game by sending in various pieces to prevent you from staying on a white square. Forcing you out in front of me to the one who controls the black squares next to you. However, there are now holes opened all over your ramparts, And I was able to send in not a bishop, but a full queen. Do you know what kind of piece a queen is?
A rook plus bishop. Is this what you're trying to say? But now, you not only control the black squares that are part of the illusion of the witch, but have been able to eat into the white squares of the human world at will?
That is correct. You have been calling the squares of the gold butterflies that are my minions the illusion of the witch, and you've denied them as unobserved reality. Unreality's right. I know. For that very reason, I have openly descended to the white squares like this. Do not worry, I'll call plenty of gold butterflies and goats and demons and witches later.
She's like, you can't know this.
If you wish, I'll invite you to the Golden Land. There any wish can be granted.
It's starting to look like someone knocked an ink bottle over the chessboard of this island.
I see. A pleasant phrasing. Soon you will be covered in ink as well. You will finally become covered with pitch black and will surely become a black king. You really are pitiful drowning in a sea of ink right now, aren't you?
No, that's wrong. I'll admit that the island has been stained completely black from your ink bottle. But there's still a white square left.
Where?
Right under my feet. Your ink of magic tried to cover the entire island, but it can't cover the ground my feet are standing on. Even if this island seems to be stained pitch black at a glance, I am me. I'm here, stepping on a white square. It's strange. Until a second ago, I was shivering all over. But now that she's appeared openly right before my eyes like this, my terror has actually lessened. Interesting. Ghosts are most terrifying when you can only sense them. When you can see them, and they have a face you can plant your fist into. There's nothing scary about it.
Balor has ghost touch on his fists.
However, she definitely isn't an interesting or a friendly person. Rude.
I thought I was like, she isn't interesting.
Yeah, what the fuck?
She's a boring person.
I get calling her unfriendly.
Yeah.
To be fair. But saying she's uninteresting is just plain cruel. She can kill me instantly by snapping her fingers while rolling around giggling. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying at me or underlings showing up to shoot me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, whether this is fantasy or mystery, that queen is in a position where she can kill me by just snapping her fingers. I see. So does this mean she's the queen of this island, who reigns over both the white and black squares?
Well then. It might be amusing to wait until you catch a cold in all that rain, but it's about time to move to the matter at hand. Can you see the box down there? Your test is inside it.
Wait. After all that's happened, I'm not interested in some stupid game about who'll become the successor. My game is to take you and that damn geezer, and all of you guys who killed everyone, and smack him with a Gion punch? He'd be waiting a long time, Beto, because Battler is certifiably stupid, re-catching a cold.
Of course, of course.
Yes.
Painfully common knowledge.
Yeah, he's too stupid to catch a cold even. One of those face crushers.
So will you fly through the air up to my balcony? Very well, very well. Then look, come on, right now. Here, up. Do you want the uppies?
Does Battler want uppies? Damn you acting so carefree just because you're in a completely safe place. I'm coming over there right now, so prepare yourself and wait for me.
No, the door is locked. Of course, the shutters are down for all the windows. My castle isn't so fragile that a single knight like you could break in.
I tried opening the door to the entrance anyway, but it really was locked. Battler, use your up smash to ascend to the balcony. When I looked around, I noticed that the shutters were closed on the windows after all. Normally, those wouldn't be closed. Looks like you've prepared for everything. Where's the key? Goda-san and Kumasawa-san probably had master keys, but they were in the closed room of the gardening shed. I can only give up for now. Damn. Guess she's no fool herself.
Do you really want to be right beside me so much? Alright, if you impressively pass your test, why don't I grant you an audience? If you pass, then you'll become the successor and my new master. My flesh and soul will be yours to do with as you please. For I am no more than the Oshirmia family's furniture.
Well, looks like you want to make me take this test no matter what. It is a little funny how hard he is ignoring everything that she says.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give it a shot. If I pass, my first prize will be a punch to your face.
Scary, scary. But it's not like I mind being controlled by violence, you see. Grab onto my head, make my face twist in pain, tear me apart like a hawk does with its talons to its prey, scratch at me and trample upon me. Remind me of Kinzo in his younger days once more. That single time in my 1,000-year life. Remind me of that day I was taught the joy of being controlled, surrendering, being reduced to furniture.
Most okay Umineko character. You damn drunk, we aren't getting anywhere. Ignoring the stupidly smiling witch, I picked up the box.
Yes, open it. Inside is a letter. Read it.
I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. Apparently it really had originally been a cigar case. Cigars and cigarettes smell very different. But there were no cigarettes or cigars inside.
Someone was improperly using that cigar case, it
I
seems
guess.
like.
Instead, there was a Western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest. And when I opened that too, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed she was looking forward to seeing what kind of reaction I'd have to the contents. Damn, just perfect. Its contents were something like this. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, blank's life. 3, everyone else's lives. If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost. What's this? Some pretty creepy stuff's written here. More importantly, the second one's blank, so I don't even know whose life it's supposed to be.
Indeed. The second one is where you put the name of the one the test taker loves the most. For Jessica's test, it was Cannon's name, and for George's test, it was Shannon's. Since they had obvious feelings for certain people, those names were written in beforehand. But I don't know whom you have feelings for, so I didn't know whose name to write and left it blank.
That's perfect. I love you, Beatrice. I'll stick your name in here. In that case, I'll choose the second choice. Happy now?
Hey, quit joking, quit joking. Hey, please, Battler. Tell me the name of the person you have feelings for. If you don't, then this won't be a test, right?
Sorry. I don't have any girl in particular. Even if I did, why the hell would I tell you?
In that case, this test will not work for you. What a shame. What a shame. And I really was wondering what kind of woman was your cup of tea.
What would you do if I said... I hate him so fucking much. What would you do if I said I liked flat-chested lollies with long black hair? That wouldn't match you at all, right?
Lies, you breast sommelier! Blonde and bouncy is best, right? Am I not truly the embodiment of your ideal?
If guessing your bust size is the test to become the successor, I'll take it gladly.
Ah, yes. This is the test to choose the successor, wasn't it? It was so fun chatting with you that I've been getting a bit off topic. Then let us begin the test. I will question you to see whether you are qualified to become the successor, qualified to be the successor to the Ashirmia family headship. Answer with care.
Yukishi is a master of prose. Blonde and bouncy is best, dead in the middle of, like, one of the most important scenes in the game.
Yep.
The witch, who had been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago, suddenly regained her dignity. She looked as though she truly had stepped out of that majestic portrait.
I am the Oshirmia family alchemist, the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch, Beatrice. Do you have the qualifications to inherit the Oshirmia family and all of my gold? That is what I will test. State your name.
Oshiromia Battler. When faced with a dignity you wouldn't have imagined from her appearance a short while ago, I answered without any hesitation. And from that, yes, I see. I can tell why she's worthy of calling herself the true queen of this island.
Very well, Oshirmia Battler. However, for these 6 years you have thrown away that Oshirmia name, have you not? Why was that?
Because I ran out of love for that old bastard.
I know. It is because you felt that your father's remarriage disgraced the death of your mother, whom you respected, yes. I see. You have no blood relation to your new mother whatsoever. It's not as though I can't understand why you'd be unable to accept that mother. However, no matter whom your father remarried, that wouldn't change the fact that his blood runs through your veins, correct?
What are you trying to say?
I can somewhat understand the childishness that led you to resist your father's remarriage, since you wanted him all to yourself. However, it was throwing away the Oshirmia name as a mean of resistance, not a disgrace to your family and blood. You were born and raised in Oshirmia, were you not? Do you think that you had the right to forget that debt and throw away the Oshirmia name?
It's got nothing to do with you. This is between me and Dad.
The Oshirmia name does not belong to you and your father alone. That was your childishness, nothing more than your inability to forgive the fact that your father was stolen away by an unknown woman. Those 6 years during which you threw away the Oshirmia family register were a significant period during which you covered the Oshirmia family in mud. Know the depths of that sin.
Sorry, I'm so childish.
However, even though it occurred around the time of the deaths of your grandparents, you did well to return the Oshirmia register. For that, let us give you a chance to purify that sin yourself. Now is the time to compensate for your sin of 6 years ago. Come, try to remember your own sin. Remember that, confess, and repent. That is the test I shall give you.
At that time, a massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind go blank. What do you mean, repent? Are you trying to tell me to apologize?
The test has already begun. You may think as you wish.
The witch's expression did not look like a person forcing a tough question on someone and sneering at them. She was asking seriously, and he could even sense a quiet determination. Even though the rain fell on Battler, he did not shift his eyes from that gaze. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rain, so that the rain would fall on her until Battler answered that question. She had chosen to let the rain fall on her as well until he reached an answer. For some reason, Battler understood that. And yet, he didn't understand. Well, if you put it that way, I do think I was being childish. All things considered, even Dad getting remarried didn't cancel out the debt I owed for him raising me. I hear that Dad always kept on paying for my living expenses. And he even said he wanted to participate in school events. The only reason he couldn't come was because I told Grandpa and Grandma not to let him come no matter what. It's true that I can't argue back if you want to call that my childish resistance. But you know, in that case, who would clear away Mom's, Shiromiya Asuma's regrets? Even though Mom was so devoted to our family and did the very best she could. Despite that, Dad was cheating with Kirie-san. He even got her pregnant with Ange. And then, along with her birth, he rushed to move them into his register.
Oh, so Angie was born before
Yeah.
Kirie married in. Okay.
That does seem to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She's a bastard.
Yippee!
If that wasn't a betrayal of Mom, then what was it? Who will clear up Mom's regrets? Wait, you're saying is also right. Even though the cheating was a fact, the debt I owed for being raised was real too. In that case, they cancel each other out, so there's absolutely nothing wrong with me leaving the family, is there? That's right, I had the right, no, the duty to smack Dad in Mom's place, didn't I? But I didn't do that. I left without saying anything, as though I hadn't been there in the first place. And Dad forgot all about me and started a new family with Kirie-san and Anjay. Doesn't that settle everything? But since then, 6 years have passed. Time healed the anger. Kirie-san understood my anger, and even so, she tried to interact with me, even if it meant tearing her heart apart. Anjay didn't know anything about the situation, and
Did she?
even though I lived in a separate house, she was raised believing that I was her real big brother and loved me as if it were true.
Oh, I thought I fucking misread that.
How?
I thought that I didn't hear Anjay, so I was just like, how did Kirie not know anything about the situation?
Yeah, no. Anjay didn't know anything
Yeah,
about the
no
situation.
bad.
Dad casually said to come home anytime I wanted. It started to feel more and more ridiculous. I thought it was about time for me to cool my head as well. So I said I'd put it all behind me as long as Dad apologized. And came the day of Grandpa's funeral. And he really did put his hands on the floor and apologize. Looking unbelievably pathetic. Dad did that and seriously bowed his head to me, you see? When I saw that, it felt like it'd be stupid to keep it up any longer. I'm sure Mom thought the same thing. Every time Dad and I fought, Mom would always laugh and mediate for us. "Oh, were you fighting over something that silly?" is what she'd say. I could feel Mom saying that and laughing. So, though I couldn't actually say I'd forgive him, I thought it might be okay to start over again from square one.
Sissel.
Where is he? Young man. You were spared for now. So I decided to wind everything back to how it was 6 years ago. Then I returned to the Yoshinomiya family register. I'd also cried, raged, and worried for a whole 6 years. It might have been the same for Dad, and for my dead mom. Maybe even for Kirie-san and Anjay. So we went back to square one, and I returned to being Yoshinomiya battler. That's my immediate family's problem, and has nothing to do with the Yoshinomiya family. You have no right to judge that as a sin, and I have no obligation to show repentance to you. If there was anyone I should have done that for, you've already killed them. So I won't apologize for anything. I won't repent. That's my answer for this test.
Is that all?
What? Part of me had fully responded to her provocation, and I'd supposedly vented out all the stuff I'd kept inside my chest. Stuff I hadn't wanted to show anyone. That was what the witch supposedly had been expecting. And yet, the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I'd been sure she'd start cackling and guffawing, sneering at my childish, foolish, and shameful past. But to the contrary, I could feel a sense of disgust about her. Something you could almost call disappointment. What do you mean, is that all? I've exposed everything about me, right? What more could you want?
That still isn't enough to clear away your sins.
Clear away? What the hell? Are you asking me to prostrate myself right here and apologize like Dad did?
That's not it. I have no interest in matters concerning your immediate family or your home. Where are we? Rokenjima. The main residence of the Yoshimiya head family. Isn't there a sin you ought to remember fitting for this place?
You're saying that I have another sin?
Remember, Yoshimiya Battler. Not being able to remember, that is your sin. For that reason, I shall forgive you. If you can remember it, I shall forgive you. Remembering that is my test of atonement for you.
Even if you tell me to remember.
Remember. That's what makes it a sin.
Sorry, Beto. I've absolutely no memory of it. You make it sound like I caused you trouble 6 years ago or something. But I supposedly met you for the first time at this family conference. It's true that your legend also existed 6 years ago, but I shouldn't have been acquainted with you.
Naturally. On the Rokenjima of 6 years ago, I had not yet materialized.
And what kind of sin are you saying I have? Are you saying I've sinned against you somehow?
Don't make me say the same thing twice. I had not materialized 6 years ago. There was no way for me to become acquainted with you. In the world that you are, it was as though I didn't exist.
Beato's cold eyes felt as though they were pursuing some kind of sin.
That's because she is, literally.
Beato's cold eyes felt as... Battler was getting the vibe that Beato was pursuing some sort of sin. I'm getting real pursuing some sort of sin vibes from Beato right now. At a glance, it felt as though she still hated me for something I'd done to her, and that she blamed me for it. However, I naturally didn't have a clue, and Beato had said it herself. 6 years ago, there was no link between us. That's not what she said. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for me. At least give me a hint. Does this sin have anything to do with you and me?
I had no connection to you 6 years ago. Remove me from your thoughts already. Why do you think it is a sin against me?
Your eyes.
My eyes. Huh.
Because your eyes are whispering at me to apologize. But I had no connection with you 6 years ago. It looks like you acknowledge that too. Is that true? Is it really not a problem between me and you?
I already said it wasn't. No problem between me and you has anything to do with this.
But still, your eyes are telling me differently. So I don't even have a clue. Can you say it in red? Can you proclaim that the sin you're telling me to remember isn't something between you and me?
Very well. The sin I am now demanding that you remember is not between Ushirimiya Battler and Beatrice.
Then why are you looking at me with those eyes?
I don't know. I'm simply gazing at you blankly. If it feels that way to you, perhaps there's something making you feel that way.
What kind of sin are you saying I have?
Ushirimiya Battler has a sin.
And I'm asking you what kind? I'll bet it's just some trivial sin like hitting someone or tricking someone.
Because of your sin, people die.
Liar! I've never killed anyone. And say it. Who did I kill? When? Who? How?
Due to your sin, a great many humans of this island die. No one escapes. All die.
Hold on, is Rokejima really mad at me, Island? Fuck. Yeah, this is juicy red truth. What? What kind of incomprehensible thing are you saying? Are you saying I killed everyone? I'm a killer?
It doesn't mean you carried it out directly. However, because you committed a sin, from an imperfection in the cogs and that stretched back a full 6 years, a distortion was created. And tonight this many lives are lost. You are one of the causes of this tragedy.
One of. Quit messing around. I'm the cause? Then what? Are you saying 13 people died because I abandoned the Yoshinoya Register 6 years ago? Are you saying that 13 people died because I came back to the Yoshinoya family after 6 years? Don't fuck with me. Give it a rest. For these 6 years, I've been the man farthest from the Yoshinoya family, right? How could I have influenced anything in any way? It's not like I came to the family conference because I wanted to, right? I'd returned to my family after 6 years, so to make up for that lost time, I came to Rokenjima reluctantly. It's not like I had some duty to come here today. I came back, and because of that a massacre occurred? Then what? Are you saying that if I hadn't come back, no one would have had to die? Say it in red. Can you say in red that if I hadn't come back, this massacre crime wouldn't have occurred? Massacre crime feels like an upgraded version of murder incident.
Yeah.
Which I've been thinking about ever since Nine brought it up. There's no way you can say it because you're the culprit for everything. You know, as opposed to a massacre of 18 people on an island that's within the bounds of the law.
Yeah.
Repeat it. If Ushiramiya Battler hadn't returned to Rokenjima, this crime wouldn't have occurred. If you could say it, try saying it. Can't do it, can you? You can't say it. The culprit is you, not me. Don't try to rub that responsibility off onto me. Answer in red. Try to repeat it. You can't. My existence has nothing to do with the crime. Quit saying incomprehensible stuff and try to confuse me. I began to remember the coldness of the raindrops that kept pounding down. I'm gonna have to drop the Battler voice soon, he's hurting me. That's his sin, actually.
Having it hard to voice.
Yeah, something he definitely did and I didn't choose to do by myself or anything. The rain earlier had just hurt, but now I felt a tormenting cold from those raindrops.
Is there nothing that you remember?
Sorry, I don't even have a clue. Hey, I'm starting to get a little pissed off. Is there something you want to say, then say it. If there's something you want to say, then say it. If you have a grudge against me, you just have to say it out loud. Don't do it in such a dirty way, forcing me to remember.
I'll ask one more time. Can you remember any sin?
No! I can't remember anything.
So, he says that he can't remember nothing.
This is you.
With this, are your regrets at an end? Indeed. Even a hopeless bet can leave behind regrets if you do not take it. That's enough. The betting itself has meaning. That may be true. In that case, this is the end of my regrets and my game. What will you do? Who knows? I'm not interested at all anymore. Sorry, but I wish to leave the game board now.
God, her face.
I see. I understand. I will take over for the rest of the game.
2 of them.
You may rest. Indeed. All that remains I will finish. You may forget everything and bury your head in your pillow. A feather futon should gently protect you from everything. I'll be counting on you to finish up the rest. Leave it to me. Leave everything else to me and sleep.
The witch who had questioned Battler hid herself, and the other witch who had appeared from behind remained. She certainly was identical, the same witch, but her expression was somehow indifferent and ice-cold, completely removed from the one who, despite seeming drunk up until then, had been in high spirits. Hey, are you listening? Isn't this enough for that test thing? I don't care whether I passed or failed. I won't be satisfied until I can bash your face. Come down here, or else open this door. The witch did not answer. Her eyes were as ice-cold as Battler's shoulders. She was now clearly a different person since the time she'd first appeared on that balcony. The witch gazed into my eyes and gave 2 small shakes of the head. Even without words, I was able to gather that she was expressing some kind of disappointment. Without saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Battler remained, the cold rain still beating down on him. Do we want to go through... There's like this scene, and then I think we can end, if that works for you.
Yeah, that works for me.
I think that's probably the most sensible place to do it. The study was in the middle of a lively party. It seemed that Gop was making fun of Virgilia, having tripped her up in some stupid way. They were spitting Lia 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 and Gap 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 at each other. With this as a sideshow, Kinzo and Runaway had opened a new battle. Bottle, not battle.
Battle.
Oh, you're back. How were the results of Battler's test? Maria's test got passing marks with no complaints, you see. I've despised her as a little girl, but see, why, oh my, not bad.
It seemed like Kinzo was dead drunk. Facing Beato, who had returned, he laughed with the same level of tension as the time they'd left for the tests. However, Runaway and Virgilia instantly noticed the change in enthusiasm. Gop also froze her expression and went silent.
What is it, Beatrice, my beloved witch? Not enough to drink? Not enough on the side? Let's pour it all over a cow or something and roast it whole. Oh, not bad. Runaway, prepare one right away. Beatrice, let's leave the results of Battler's test for later. Why don't we have a toast with spare rib first?
Roast yourself whole.
What?
The witch, who had spoken bluntly, coldly passed by Kinzo's side as he doubled over laughing in a great mood. Then, behind the witch's back, the old summoner's body went up in flames.
Why?
As crimson flames spat from his eyes, mouth, nose, every hole on his body, Kinzo rolled around. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except Kinzo. Kinzo didn't have a clue what was going on. Unable to understand why Beatrice, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold, he rolled around. The dancing silhouettes of the witch and demons created by that massive rolling torch looked like a group of excited spectators around a burning at the stake. However, the eyes of the demons who watched over it were indifferent. When Kinzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. Good use of that sizzle sound effect.
Mm-hmm.
The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain. What has happened, milady?
I've gotten over my excitement. Clean up those bothersome cinders.
Beatrice's expression was unbelievably indifferent. There was an iciness that might easily bring the others to the same fate as Kinzo if they annoyed her.
Yes, I'll clean it up.
Gop made a jet-black pitfall swallow up Kinzo's cinders. If she hadn't carried that out quickly, Gop might also have been burned. You could even feel that thirst for blood. No, a thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like humans don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant while they're walking. That was how much, unconsciously and mercilessly, Beato was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate at burying a passerby.
What is it, Beato? I don't want to answer. No, even answering is too much of a pain to do now.
What is it? This isn't like you. Did something happen? Did Violet say some...
Beatrice didn't even answer. It seemed that she even ignored it. But there was a change in Gop. From her feet, a creaking, cracking sound arose, like thin ice breaking, and in an instant turned Gop into a glass sculpture.
Gop! Disappear for a while. I'm in a very bad mood.
Beatrice spoke that, in a truly cold voice, which could freeze the heart just by hearing it. Certainly. Then please allow us to retire. If you need anything, call at any time. After bowing, Runaway turned into a cloud of gold butterflies and hid himself. After turning Gop, who had become a sculpture, into a cloud of gold butterflies, Virgilia also turned into a cloud, which mixed in with the others and disappeared. In the study made untidy by drinking, Beatrice stood still, alone. Since the time she had returned, her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. However, when she saw the fallen empty wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, her brow furrowed and she looked a bit displeased. And when she whispered, "Disappear," in that instant, the room was cleaned up in a flash as though nothing had happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged, And there was no wine or cheese. There were no stains or scattered trash either. To the contrary, even the air had frozen over, and enough to make one doubt whether a large number of noisy people really had been in this room until a short while ago. The study had returned to silence. In that silent, frigid study where even the air had frozen, Beatrice stood still. Then she called, muttering.
Butler, are you there?
I've been here for a while. What the hell's going on with you? You've been strange since a short while ago.
Do I seem strange? My apologies.
Even though you were drinking so happily with that damn geezer, you suddenly burned him up, and your demoness friend is a glass sculpture. When you told the demon butler and your teacher to leave, they disappeared right away at your words. Just how fickle and selfish are you?
Butler, I'm done.
Done with what?
I've grown bored of this.
Huh? Well, you were the one who started this game. If you've had enough, that's great for me. So basically, you're giving up?
I'm not giving up. I'm simply ending it. No, I won't even end it. I'm just abandoning this game for all eternity.
Doesn't that mean you're giving up? Nah, the words got bored of it and threw it away. Fits you perfectly.
That is correct. I grow bored of it, and I'm throwing it away. I don't care what happens next. It can remain abandoned and gather dust as much as you like.
Beato, this is a very serious moment, and you have the most adorable pout on your face, and
Yeah.
it's giving me conflicted emotions.
What's going on with you? You've been kind of hard to deal with since a short while ago. Are these still the after effects of that incomprehensible test from earlier? If you've got a grudge, all you have to do is say so clearly. You said in red that it has nothing to do with you, but that's gotta be a play on words, right? It's written all over your face. You have a grudge against me.
How many times will I have to say I have no grudge against you before you'll understand? At the time you committed your sin, I did not exist.
As Beato spoke with an offended expression, her face twisted to look even more displeased. Fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded and cruel. But even so, she hadn't shown an expression as strange as this even once until now.
Well, you were the one who provoked me into this game. I'm a bit let down that it wasn't resolved, but feel free to invite me again if you feel like it. When that happens, allow me to politely refuse, okay?
He intentionally spoke in a mocking tone, but Beato showed no reaction. Butler hung his head and clicked his tongue.
I've circled around October 4th and 5th over and over again, but I've finally had just about enough of this role. This way, the boat will come tomorrow. That's right, and then the seagulls will return to the harbor. I'll finally be able to hear Rokenjima's signature nya-nya cries. After all, maybe because of the weather, they weren't here at all when I came to the island. When the seagulls cry, everything will end, I guess. All done. The end. What a relief.
Exactly what is it that you're misunderstanding?
What'd you say?
I said that nothing would end. With this, everything will be abandoned. The game will be forgotten and the pieces on the board will be abandoned as they lay. There will be no advancing or returning, or no taking back and being taken. No victory, no defeat, not even a tie. Just abandoned.
Doesn't that mean it's over?
Wrong. On my turn, the game will stop for all eternity. Your turn will not come. So there will be no victory, nor defeat, nor tie. In the past, I couldn't let you do that. After all, one of my goals was winning against you. However, I've lost interest. So there is no longer any point in making any moves any longer.
What do you mean by my turn not coming?
I'd thought that Beato getting tired of the game meant I'd be released, and that I'd be able to escape Rokenjima. But for some reason, Beato's repeated words about the difference between abandoning the game and settling it caught my attention. Just what is it she's been saying, and why the bad mood? At that time, I suddenly heard a voice from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might or might not remember from somewhere.
A mysterious girl with no light in her eyes was standing there. There's not as good a cutoff point as I thought there was going to be. I'm trying to figure out where we want to call it for the week.
I mean, I know a place that'll be good to cut it off, but I don't know how long it'll take to get there.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what makes the most sense to do. Potentially, I think we can get far enough to leave a cliffhanger for next week.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Because of how a certain scene gets led up to.
Mm-hmm.
That's coming up. That might be reasonable.
Yeah, sure.
What this kid's saying goes something like this. She means putting the lid on this game and leaving the pieces as they are. The game will be locked away for all eternity without ending.
The only way for you to return to your original world is to win against Beto. So if Beto abandons the game, get it?
Suddenly, in a different place, was a girl wearing a bright pink
Oh my
dress.
god, I forgot they haven't shown themselves in front of Battler that much
No,
before.
yeah. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere too, but I couldn't remember.
Oh, yeah, they only meet Battler when he's like having his post-loss depression.
That's true. Yeah, when he's like losing and they're kicking his ass.
Mm-hmm.
And then they come over and they're like, hey, don't stop thinking. What if he doesn't remember those and he's just actually thinking about how he's read Higurashi? More important was the meaning of her words. If the game is abandoned, then... Huh?
That's right. A match won't be resolved unless enemies and allies meet. It would mean that you'd never be able to win and escape from this world for all eternity.
What it comes down to, I guess, is something like taking the key to the cage you're locked in, fastening it to the collar of a pigeon or something, and letting it fly.
Hey, Cecil, let's not walk around on my desk in the middle of stream, please. Thank you.
This isn't funny, Beto. We didn't come this far to watch such a boring game. Calling it a day like this is no joke.
I agree with Lambda. I came here to make Battler win and to make you writhe in defeat. I still haven't achieved that goal. I won't stand for you abandoning the game at a time like this and running away.
I acknowledge that I mean the curtain call for a game that disappoints you, ladies. However, I, the host of this tea party, am fickle. Once it's lost its fun, I know no way of entertaining. I believe that's been my witch-like way of doing things from the very beginning. There are no problems, yes.
Certainly. I won't go against your creed.
I would accept it. Quit fooling around. How much do you think I've supported you? You think I'd be okay with that after all this preparation? Don't mess with me.
I am saying that I have grown tired of it. Nothing more, nothing less.
That's not gonna fly. We'll have you continue this game. You want to win against Battler, right? You want to win and make him surrender, right? You're almost there, aren't you? Am I right?
Don't ask me that. I have an opinion too. Let me say it.
What?
This is a fight you picked. I'm prepared to settle this once and for all. I've come close to surrendering many times, but I've never had any intention of escaping partway through, leaving the match undecided. Since I'm here, showing the will to fight, you better not run away, Beatrice.
I agree. I'm here too, by the way.
Yeah.
Getting Battler involved and leaving without giving him victory or defeat is just too irresponsible.
Suddenly, even Gretel was there. And everyone was calling Beato irresponsible.
Huh. It seems I'm mostly being called irresponsible because Battler wills my opponent to be stuck. In that case, Battler, will you step down from being an opponent as I shall? That way I will have done nothing worthy of criticism.
If I step down, will I be able to leave Rokenjima?
There's no chance you'll be able to leave. Just be covered in dust and let it pile up on your shoulders. Quit fooling around. What an irresponsible person. You've killed such a large number of people. On top of that, using a witch's power, you've done it over and over. killing in gruesome ways. I definitely won't let you escape without taking responsibility. Responsibility. What is it I should do to take this so-called responsibility? Fight until a resolution is reached. Battler will sit in the chair across from you, never giving up and fighting until he beats you. So you two fight until you're defeated. If you don't like it, try and defeat Battler. I won't forgive you if you leave everything unresolved and abandon Battler in this chair, locking him up and never letting him return. I won't forgive you.
Gretel. To be perfectly honest, I didn't really understand from what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me. But in her words, I could feel a strong determination to save me from this insane game world, no matter what. So, I responded in kind. Beto, face me. I am here, across from you, in the seat of your rival. Get it? As long as I continue to sit here, I won't allow you to escape. So don't escape. Fight! Isn't this a fight you started? You did all that crap over and over, making a complete mess of things. How could I let you end it because you're tired after all this time? I am your opponent. As long as I'm here, I won't let you escape. Are you listening, you irresponsible witch? Try saying something! After I yelled at her, Beato went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her, or whether she was thinking about something completely different, I couldn't tell. But for a while, she was silent, gazing at me with an expression I could read no emotion from. And when she realized that I'd noticed, she averted her gaze. Then she turned her back to me and said this.
So, since Battler will not quit as my opponent, the ladies are saying that my abandonment of this game will not be acknowledged. In that case, let's ask. Let's see if the man over there was qualified to be my opponent in the first place.
I think this may be a beautiful place.
Right
about here. So Beato's claiming that she has reason to believe that Battler was never qualified to be her opponent in the first place.
That you should be fired.
Yeah. He should be fired from this game. And I think next week might be a lovely time to learn why that is, that she thinks so. We've had an eventful week here tonight.
Yeah, we had a lot of highs and lows.
Epic highs and lows, truly. Epic highs followed by epic lows. Get him out of here! This may or may not be his game. We got the wrong protagonist in here. We found the wrong guy.
Here?
What are we even doing here? But yeah, thanks y'all for hanging out. This was a wonderful stream. So many of my favorite moments in the game fall into this stream, which is just delightful. Not to say that we've peaked by any means, but I was really excited about stream this week, and I'm very delighted to have gotten all of this with you here. Shout out to the VOD watchers as well, who are
Hi, VOD watchers.
Here. Huge shout outs. And I am super excited. Is the next one gonna be the episode 4 finale? Maybe, possibly. I know the end of episode 4 is quite a bit longer than I ever remember it being, but I feel like we stand to maybe finish it next week.
If you truck
I'll have to run the numbers. I'll have to crunch the numbers on this big time. But we'll see. We have at most 2 more streams left of this. And if it's 2 more, we're gonna have one real short one.
Yeah.
But we might go halvesies and do half this, half Paradise Killer or something if that ends up being the case.
Yeah, we're gonna take a small break from Umineko after we finish the question arcs.
Yeah, probably a month or so. To however long it takes Adrian to finish Paradise Killer.
Yeah.
Basically. Just to give ourselves a little bit of a break from doing the same thing for 6 months at a time.
Yeah, we've been streaming Umineko for 6 months.
Yeah.
This is definitely our
and
longest
we'll stream it
stream
6 more. But
this is our longest stream series by a mile.
yeah, I don't know for sure if it's been 6 months, but it's hard.
I think
for it not
we
to
started
be.
in June. I think
Because we average about 6 weeks per episode. With episode 4 being the outlier, obviously. I think this is part 6. But yeah. So we've been at this a while. So yeah, we're just taking a break to do a little bit of other stuff for a few weeks. I anticipate between 4 and 5 streams for Paradise Killer, depending how... It depends on, like, what you end up deciding to do playstyle-wise. 2 days lasting 6 months, endless witch moment. True. But yeah, so we'll... I don't know. I'll see how unreasonable it would be for us to go next week. I mean, we can do, like, a slight long stream, maybe, if that ends up being what it takes. Or I'll figure out if it makes more sense to split it up, but I have to go crunch numbers about that, especially because the wiki summaries are so unhelpful at this point. But yeah. Gamers, thank you for hanging out. This was so much fun. I love this whole section of episode 4. Life comes at you so fast with so many things in this one. VOD watchers, enjoy figuring out Battler's Sin. Tell me everything that you think. And until next week, my friends, have a good one.
Have a good one, guys.
And see you again.